Savenya, Hi. Tonight's regular broadcast has been interrupted in favor of something a little bit more um, educational, lighthearted, and hopefully inspirational. Because we are going to read from a different book, as opposed to the fairy tale books. We are going to read. Yes, we are still going to read, because that is what I do. I am a reading streamer. Yeah. And apparently I'm a little bit off kilter at the moment, which is entirely unique and completely understandable. But tonight, we're going to read from a different book because it is full of inspiration, and quite frankly, we should all need it every now and then. And after the day I've had, I can use any inspiration I can get. So, we're going to be reading from a book called Never Lose Heart. And I am going to fix my fireplace because it is showing the TV again. Because, well, I don't want to watch an Old Spice ad. I want the fireplace, damn it. Thank you. But anyway, we are going to be reading some inspirational stuff. Some of it might be a little religious, but, inspiration has to have some source to it. So we'll be reading from that. And, of course, my mouth is not moving with my model, as usual. But that is what scuff is all about, right? Scuffy, scuff, scuffy, scuff, scuff, scuffin'. Scuffy, scuff, scuffin', scuffin'. Do you hear the fireplace? Hello, fireplace. What to do? And I'm lurking in a couple of other channels, so yeah, I'm a little off kilter myself. Okay. Can I hear me? I don't know if I can hear me or not. Because my browser is just being a general pain in the ass. But hey, that's life. Anyway, I'm going to be rambling for the next who knows how long until I feel tired or a little bit better about things. Anyway, if you see the goal down here below me, right down there, yeah, I have to have at least 15 subscription points before I can get more, emoji. And I would like to get the rest of them on there. I've got 4 or 5 more that I want to load, but I did not want to put them on Tier 2 because no one would ever use them, because I don't expect anyone to ever subscribe to Tier 2. I have to wait another month before I can get the follower ones, and when I do, I will try to dump as many of them into the follower emotes as I can, including Lurk, Peek, and a few other ones that I do have. Because Fanartsy, my wonderful artist who made this model, and a few other things, did set me up with some emotes as soon as I got affiliates. But as I said, I'm trying to get things done, and I may have had a little alcohol. Okay, I may have had a lot of alcohol, but considering how my format used to be, the Drunken Fairy Tales on Friday nights, I may try to return to Drunken Fairy Tales on Saturday nights, but when I do the Drunken Fairy Tale version, I will be commenting when I read it, because that is how I do. Okay, looks like I've got 2 people, maybe, if they're not just my bots. Hey, if you're lurking, feel free to wave or something. Let me know you're here, because honestly, I never know who's here anymore, and this is going to be a slightly more interactive stream. Yeah, my Drunken Fairy Tales, like, when I first started doing them, I first started, like, my first few streams, I was reading fairy tales as the uncle who got wrangled into babysitting. And me reading the fairy tales in that format while moderately inebriated. No, I was drinking while reading them. My commentary was, all over the place. When I started doing the fairy tales seriously, so I could actually repost them, it was a little bit, safer. But I might get back to the drunken fairy tales. I don't know. Depends on how I feel on it. But hey, thank you for being in here, Fred. But as I said, I do have a book that I picked up, oddly enough, today. The Never Lose Heart, which was supposed to be an inspirational book that I got, and I was just gonna, read it for myself. But considering how today's been, moderately inebriated means only half a bottle of rum. Heavily inebriated means the entire bottle. Right now, I'm drinking. That's probably about 3 ounces of butterscotch schnapps and 3 ounces of coffee whiskey mixed into brewed coffee. So I'm about halfway through that because I like coffee alcohol. But my commentaries on fairy tales when I'm not sober, as me being a wolf from fairy tales, I really do put a lot of input into it. That's like I commented on how Little Red Riding Hood was dressed, and I apologize because, I'm not that wolf anymore. My drunken fairy tales were a lot more entertaining, honestly. I really need to redo those and put them on YouTube and put them on a separate channel from my regular fairy tale reads. But to me, they were a lot more fun, but I had absolutely no audience at all. But yeah, it was fun. Oh wow, well, look at tongue that I didn't know existed escaped. Imagine that. Craziness. Yeah, I figured I would read this Never Lose Heart book. It's copyright 1964, but frankly, I don't care. I don't think anyone's going to come after me for it. It's not like I'm doing anything but reading, so. This is Chapter 1, Keeping Enthusiastic About Life. Makes me want to read this like I was reading Watson last night. The man who walked into my study was a stranger to me. I had never laid eyes on him before. He looked to be in his early 40s, well-groomed, acting a bit nervous, as though this was his first time he had ever been in a minister's study. Oh god, this is written by a minister? Oh yeah, well, that'll just make things more interesting. In a few introductory remarks, he stated that he lived near Rosemead. That one day a month before, his business had brought him to Pasadena. Well, now we know the location. This is written by a minister in Pasadena. Driving down Lake Avenue, he said, he noticed on our bulletin board my subject for the following Sunday. It appeared that the message might deal with the problem he was facing, so he resolved to attend our service of worship on Sunday. He said he liked what he had heard, and he decided to come back the following week. He did so, and once more he said that he was helped. Although not a member of any church or having attended any at one for a long time, and feeling he had no claim upon any minister's time, nevertheless he felt he had to come and talk to me. After these few remarks by way of introduction, he paused for a moment, as if debating how he would begin. Then, leaning forward, he said, I'll come right to the point. My problem is that I'm fed up with life. Oh, I might as well use my own voice for this one. I'm sick with the whole cockeyed world. I've just about decided that I want to chuck the whole business. There's no use more living, and I don't know what to do. In your messages I have heard, you have given me a few rays of hope, and I haven't quite made up my mind that I want to keep on living. Well, he appeared to be a man of physical vigor, so it wasn't ill health that had brought him to the state. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with him that suggested any mental derangement. Except he is currently impersonating a wolf. I asked him why it was that he, a youngish-looking person, just entering middle life, an able-bodied man, should reach such a conclusion. I don't know, he replied. I've just been thinking things over, and there doesn't seem to be much profit in living. What is life, anyway? You get up in the morning, eat breakfast, go downtown, work all day, come home, eat dinner, watch TV, and then go to bed. This guy has more of a life than I do. And the next day, the same thing over again. What's the percentage in that? Do you know? He spent about an hour in my study and came back to see me 2 or 3 times afterward. I noted a marked improvement in his attitude towards life and towards himself, and I have never seen him since. That may not be a good thing. Whether he got a fresh grip on himself, or decided life is worth living, or resolved to go through with his original intention of ending it all, I suppose I shall never know. Here is a man suffering from a malady that is familiar to all those who counsel with people. He had a bad case of boredom, from which one eminent psychologist says about 7 persons out of 10 suffer most of the time. Yeah, boredom does not lead you to suicide, pal. So. Fight boredom. A loss of enthusiasm for life is one of the curses of our time, and it is never far from any one of us. A minister announced from the pulpit one Sunday morning that there was a special meeting of the church's board at the close of the service. When the meeting was called to order, it was discovered that a total stranger was present. The minister explained that there must be some mistake, that this was a meeting of the church's board. The man apologized by saying that when the minister announced the meeting of the board, he thought it was meant for him, because no one in the congregation was more bored than he was. Damn. There are a lot of those who are bored with their jobs, bored with their lot, bored with their husband or wife, bored with their town, or bored just in general. Nothing more unfortunate can happen to any person than to lose his enthusiasm for life and sink into boredomness. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be reading this on stream. No, I'm reading it. One of the greatest mysteries I encounter in this world is a person who is bored. How many human beings can live in this fascinating world of ours and be bored is so mysterious to me to attempt to understand. My most disturbing thought is that there are not enough years left in my life to see all the things I want to see, read all the books I want to read, and meet all the people that I want to meet. Some became afflicted with the malady of boredom early in life, while others maintained their enthusiasm for life far into old age and to the end of life. So according to this book, I'm just bored. No, I am enthusiastic and mildly inebriated. My head's falling off the screen. This is what happens when I have my model zoomed out all the way. Where am I? I keep putting the book in front of my camera. Okay. Some time ago, there appeared in the newspaper the story of a young girl of 21 who committed suicide and left this note behind. I am 21. I've seen everything worth seeing. I know everything worth knowing. I don't like life. It's cheap, dirty, disappointing. I've had it all I want. About the same time, the press carried the story to banquets held in Ontario, Canada, honoring Sir William Murlock on his 95th birthday. Sir William Murlock had served in the Canadian Parliament, had been Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Ontario, and Vice-Chancellor of the University of Toronto. After various tributes he has been paid to his eminent statesman, jurist, and educator, the 95-year-old Sir William, smiling and serene, got up to acknowledge the thunderous ovation. His voice was firm and clear as he spoke, the voice of a man who loved life, who loved his work and loved his fellow man. Among other things, this is what he said. I am still at work with my hand to the plough, and my face to the future. The shadows of evening lengthen about me, but morning is still in my heart. And on to... The testimony I bear is this, that the castle of enchantment is not yet behind me. It is still before me, and daily I catch glimpses of its battlement and towers. The best of life is always further on. The real lure is hidden from our eyes, somewhere behind the hills of time. The speech was widely printed and discussed in Canada and American newspapers and magazines at the time. One newspaper writer declared every man over 40 should carry a copy of Sir William's speech in his pocket. Said another, his zest for life, his unfailing courage, and good cheer put many a younger man to shame. Sir William Murlock died 5 years later at the age of 100. He enjoyed a rich and rewarding life to the end. What was the difference between this 21-year-old girl and the stranger who came to my study on one hand, and the great Canadian Sir William Murlock on the other hand? The difference is that of losing or keeping one's enthusiasm for life. Feel joy inside. Ask Troy's permission first. Once I was leading a service of worship for a group of young people and was reading the 114th Psalm. When I came to the 4th verse of that psalm, which reads, "The mountains skipped like rams, and the hills like lambs," I paused and asked, "Did any of you ever see hills skip like lambs?" Honestly, it would be really interesting to see hills skipping around. But I don't see it happening. They looked at me as though I thought I had suddenly slid off my rocker. One boy spoke up and said, "I never have. I've never been that drunk." When I told them that I had seen the mountains skip with like lambs, and I was not drunk at the time, they were sure that I had lost my marbles, as one of them expressed it. But then I explained that I had seen such a phenomenon in the sense of which the psalm writer was referring. It was the Oriental's familiar way of symbolizing the way he felt on the inside. He felt a great joy inside, and nature seemed to respond to his feeling. In the way that Maltby Babcock must have felt when he wrote, "This is my father's world, and to my listening ears all nature sings, and round me rings the music of the spheres. This is my father's world, he shines in all that's fair, and the rustling grass I hear him pass, he speaks to me everywhere." Jesus of Nazareth was too often pictured in art, described in literature, and proclaimed from the pulpit as a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. I do not wish to enter the theological argument at this point, but I am convinced that the writer of the 53rd chapter of Isaiah was not referring to Jesus when he wrote those words, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. In a sense, he was a man of sorrows, but it is not his own sorrows. He sorrowed over man's lack of understanding of life, that it was to be believed and to be lived and enjoyed and used in the glory of God. He was acquainted with grief, but it was not his own grief. He grieved over the pains and heartaches which came upon people because of their mistaken actions. He grieved over man's inhumanity to his fellow man. But above everything else, Jesus was a man of great joy, who had a great zest for living and tried to transmit the enthusiasm of life to others. Wherever the Master went, the most familiar words on his lips were, "Be not afraid, and be of good cheer." I'm having way too much fun with this voice, to be honest. A Boston newspaper once printed this item. The day was dark and gloomy, but Phillips Brooks walked down through Newspaper Row, and all was bright. That could have been said about greater truths of Jesus. Wherever he went, life became different, more radiant, more worthwhile to those he met and served. And that is the reason we call his message the Gospel, which is an abbreviation of his words, the Good News. How do you get the Gospel as an abbreviation of the Good News? Weird. One of the things that seemed to concern Jesus deeply was a lack of zestful living so prevalent about him. People were burdened down by worry, care, hurry, and strain, even as we are today. Well, yeah, when you have to work for everything you have, it's kind of a thing, you know? He taught 3 great truths about enthusiasm, radiant, and happy living. Change your thoughts. First of all, he taught that the sources of enthusiastic living are within us, and not outside of us. The kingdom of heaven is within you, said Jesus. It is a state of mind, and is uncovered and sustained by your thoughts. It is something we experience within our own consciousness. It is produced not by objects, but by ideas, thoughts, and attitudes, which can be developed by the individual's own choices. Yeah. A class in physiology has been studying the working of various organs of the body. The heart, the liver, which I'm currently killing, the lungs, and the stomach. One day a little girl brought the teacher a note from her mother in which she wrote, "Dear teacher, I don't want my Mary to learn anything more about her insides." Well, that's topical. What goes on inside Mary's body is important, but later on in some class, not in physiology, but in psychology or religion, it is hoped that she will learn the importance of what goes on inside her mind. It is hoped she will discover that her reactions to the circumstances of life are determined by the thoughts we live with, and faith we live by, and images we cherish in our minds, and things we love. Yeah, okay. All of these determine the way in which we live, the way in which we meet the circumstances of life. One of the wisest reflections of the great philosopher Emperor Marcus Aurelius was this: your life is what your thoughts make it. So if you're depressed, you just make yourself more miserable. Cool. Marcus Aurelius. Another wise man, Emerson, said it's another way. Our life is what we think about all day long. But an ancient Hebrew writer who lived long before Marcus Aurelius or Emerson put the same thought this way: as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. One morning, the 5-year-old son of the doctor overheard his father tell his mother, "I have been called out on a maternity case, and I do not know when I shall be home." A few minutes later, the doorbell rang, and the little lad answered. "Is the doctor in?" inquired the caller. "No, sir," the little boy replied. "Have you any idea when he will be back?" the man asked. "I don't know, sir," the boy answered. He went out on an eternity case. Each of us is working on an eternity case. The future destiny not only ourselves, but the world in which we live, and the most important tool we use in the operation is thought. What we think, what we have been thinking for a long time, and what we are going to think tomorrow will determine what we are and the kind of world we will live in. Yeah, except our personal thoughts don't really affect the world all that much. What the ancient Hebrew sage Marcus Aurelius and Emerson are trying to tell us is that we can change our lives and our world by changing our thoughts. If we are to regain our lost zest for the life of adventure, we must begin within us. The choice is ours to make. Abraham Lincoln said that most people are about as happy as they make up their minds to be. Yeah. Jesus taught that men and women have such a zest for living as they make up their minds. That is, their thoughts, to have. Think of others. It is the second place Jesus taught that one maintains an enthusiastic interest of life by losing one's life in a concern for others. If you could look into the lives of the frustrated, unhappy people you have known, you will find that the root cause of it is all self-absorption. Yeah. Taking a genuine interest in other people, striving to make them happy, helping them to find meaning in life, is one of the best ways to finding it in ourselves. Of all the people I have known, certainly Mary Matthews is remembered as one who lived for others. She was born and reared in a wealthy, cultured New England home. No, she's already got a silver spoon to start with. As a young woman, she fell in love with a home missionary who had just accepted a teaching position on the facility of a little church college in the southwestern part of our country, when it was new and undeveloped. Against the protests of her parents and advice of her friends, she married the young teacher and went to share his life and make a home in that section of the country, which was at the time far out on the frontiers of our country. Before she arrived on the campus of the little college, the young men and women from the pioneer homes had been spending 4 years there, many of them less, and returning to their homes and settling down to the same way of life their forefathers had known. But Mary Matthews brought them the visions of a great world beyond limited horizons, and opened their mind to their own unlimited possibilities. Seeing a young woman with musical ability, she encouraged her to strive for perfection. Seeing a young man with a gift for speech, she held him before a mental picture of great audiences listening to his words, or jurors being moved by his eloquence. Seeing a boy with a talent for scientific research, she inspired him with thoughts of high achievement. She fired each of them with the glory of human service, and helped them see life's heights and far horizons. So the students began to graduate from that little college and go out to take places of leadership throughout the world. Businessmen, ministers, teachers, scientists, statesmen, judges, artists, and musicians. Mary Matthews lived on the campus with her husband until his death, then for more than 25 years longer near the campus. But on the campus or off the campus, her home was always open to the students, who came to visit her singly or in groups to bask in the warmth and radiance of her personality. And in her later years of her life, she was friend and counselor to the grandchildren of some of the students who were in college when she arrived on the campus as a young bride, more than 3/4 of a century before. She died at the age of 93, still interested in life, the world about her, and especially in young people and their needs. Mary Matthews could have wasted her life away with self-pity over her lot in life, She could have pulled her skirts around her and withdrawn herself from the protest against the lack of cultural advantages to be found in the frontier, but instead she refused to let her life grow in upon itself. She extended it outward into the lives of others, and forgetting herself, she found herself. A larger, more zestful, and happier self. Commit yourself to God's will. The third thing that Jesus taught was that the lasting zest of life can only come when we commit ourselves to the will of God. And His will is our peace, said Dante. Dante. Okay, Dante said that. What an exhaustive source of supply Jesus drew upon his love for life. It was nothing less than an all-out trust in God. From the source of supply there flowed his boundless hope for the future, his consciousness that he has found and was doing God's will for his life, his sense of God's approval upon his life, and his knowledge that he was doing a great and abiding service for mankind. Must be nice to have a sporting father. Okay. It will keep you everlastingly alive, vibrant, eager, and enthusiastic. Chapter 2. Oh, well, this one's a good one for me. Overcoming the feeling of futility. When a circus comes to town, I am drawn to the showgrounds as if by a magnet. Since my boyhood days, everything under the big top has been an endless fascination for me. The prancing horses, the man on the flying trapeze, the lion tamer, the clowns, the music of the band, and the rest creates in me breathless excitement like no other form of entertainment I know. Except VTubers. The last circus I attended, the feature act was a troupe of jugglers handling 6 Indian clubs. One juggler took the clubs from the trunk and began to toss them into the air and catch them. After a few seconds, he seemed to tire of tossing them about and just turned around and walked away, leaving the clubs suspended in the air. Before the clubs could hit the ground, another juggler stepped in and took his partner's place, and began catching and tossing the same clubs. After a while, he nonchalantly waved his hand and walked off, leaving the clubs in the air. At this point, number 1 again began active, and without dropping a single club, took up where number 2 had left off. They went through this routine for some time, and finally one of them caught the clubs and put them back in the trunk. And that's all they ever did with them. They took turns tossing the clubs about, then they used them for no other purpose. Now, that's all right when it comes to Indian clubs, but life should not be treated like that. Some people take life as casually as a juggler takes his Indian clubs. They pick up life, toss it about for a period of years without any particular purpose, then lay it aside as debt. Some are bored with life, some are afraid of it, while others just live to no purpose. One day in a city park, while strolling down a winding walk fringed with flowers, I came upon a beautiful water garden. In the center of the fountain was a marble statue of a young nymph, and behind the statue a high rock. From the top of the rock there flowed the thin stream of water which arched and fell upon the open outstretched hand of the young woman in marble. There she stood day after day with the marble slipping aimlessly through her fingers, none of it ever lifted to her lips or offered it to a thirsty passer-by. Of course, she was lifeless and could not help herself, but the marble nymph set disturbing thoughts in my mind. Nymph. She reminded me of so many men and women and young people I knew, people who are not made of marble, but flesh and blood, who let life slip through their fingers like water, and who either do not care or seem to be powerless to do anything about it. Have a reason for living. This problem is well stated in the words of the young man who once came to a minister study. His mortal life was in a shambles. He had lost his ambition, and he had come to the conclusion that his existence was not worthy of the effort. He was so in doubt about the purpose of everything that he felt it was useless to do anything at all. The trouble with me, he confessed in all honesty to the minister, is I have no reason for living. An aimless existence is fit for an animal, but a man needs a reason, and I have none. I do not know why I did that as a Joker. It just came out that way. The case of this young man is no isolated incident. How often one who counsels with individuals meets people like that, adults and young people from whom everything has grown futile. They have come to believe that they are of no consequence, and are quite convinced that their lives account for nothing. They rise in the morning with a feeling of frustration, and go to bed at night assured that they have accomplished nothing of significance. For them, life is a dead-end street. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to finish reading this one, because everything seems completely viable. The sense of futility that crowds so many lives in the wall today is a reality born of aimless living. We have too much random living because we refuse to commit ourselves to anything beyond ourselves. Frustration, inner strain, and wishful thinking are the results. I have counseled with hundreds of adults and young people across the years, and I believe that I have listened to all the problems that disturb human beings. In counseling with people who are a problem to themselves, I have discovered that no matter how the difficulty may have started, it became most acute at the point where they began to doubt that life has any meaning. None of them ever finds a satisfactory answer to the problem until he or she discovers a reason for living. Yeah, me reading these stories is apparently mine. The Little Acts of Kindness. Anyone tormented by a feeling of futility should read the little book by David Dunn, with the intriguing title, Try Giving Yourself Away. David Dunn is a successful and hard-working businessman. His business interests keep him traveling to all parts of this great country. But one day he began to be disturbed by the thoughts that life was not working out well for him, and that there was a great deal of uncertainty and unhappiness in the modern world. He had begun to feel that his life lost its luster and its meaning. Somehow in the shuffle of things he had lost his reason for living. One night he was on the 20th Century Limited going from Chicago to New York, and he just retired to his compartment bed. Before dropping off to sleep, he began to think about being a passenger on that very famous train of the New York Central, the 20th Century Limited. He remembered that he was on another Limited that left New York too, just at this time when he was leaving Chicago. Mr. Dunn said to himself, I wonder where the Century trains passed in the night. The idea fascinated him. Where the centuries pass. So, in the morning after his arrival to New York, he wrote a letter to his New York Central, in which he asked, I have a little idea. It is yours. There's nothing involved at all. It is yours gladly. Where do the centuries pass each other? In a few days he received a letter from the official in the railroad who informed him that those two great trains pass each other 8 miles west of Buffalo. So the New York Central capitalized on the idea. Now Mr. Dunn says, wherever he travels, not only in his country but in Europe, and the express offices he sees at the beautiful picture entitled, Where the Centuries Pass. It is a picture of a great powerful locomotive with huge blinding headlights, while the rear of the other century is seen, where the rear platform brilliantly lighted, one going to Chicago, the other to New York, passing in the night. That incident started David Dunn's hobby of giving himself away. His book is a series of incidents about what happened to him and his outlook on life when he found that hobby. One incident occurred as follows. Mr. Dunn was followed by an attractive department store window one day. He looked at the artistry and beauty of it and said, "I must go in and compliment the manager of that store." So he went in and asked for the manager. It took some time, but he was giving it away. When the manager came, Mr. Dunn said to him, "I would like to compliment the decorator of your windows. I'm not interested in buying a thing. I just wanted to take the time to tell him that it is a beautiful display." The manager looked at him in amazement and thanked him. Mr. Dunn went on his way, but sometime later he received a letter from a young man who wrote, "Because of your kindness in stopping to tell the manager that you liked my window display, I have been advanced in position and give $20 a week a raise in salary." Mighty influences possibly developed for a young decorator out of a simple act of kindness performed by one man who took time to give away his time. No wonder David Dunn found meaning in life. The Apostle Paul could not have spoken more truly, if he had been talking about this very thing when he wrote, "He that soweth sparingly shall reap sparingly. He that soweth bountifully shall reap bountifully." It is one of the strange paradoxes of human experience that he who gives himself away most completely has more of himself to give, and, as a byproduct, discovers a real reason for living. Albert Schweitzer's reward. There is one class of people you never hear raising the question as to whether life is worth living: the rich. They are the people who are sacrificially giving not only their time, but their very lives in human services. They are too busy serving the needs of others and trying to make this a better world in which to live to stop and ask the question, is life worth living? Some years ago, Dr. Albert Schweitzer, accompanied by his wife, arrived in the country to deliver an important lecture on the German poet Goethe in Aspen, Colorado. They were met by a group of newspaper reporters when the ship docked in New York. Dr. Schweitzer was asked whether he thought it was worth his time and efforts for a man of his genius to give up a life among the intellectual peers of Europe and bury himself among the savages of Africa, on the edge of the primeval forest. Dr. Schweitzer's answer was this: "I have the privilege of doing so. That is privilege enough for any man." Ask the right question. Too many people fail to find reason for living because they approach life asking the wrong question. What do I want, rather than what is wanted of me? Waterloo Place in London is characterized by its banks and insurance offices, but its most striking feature is a group of monuments and statues commemorating the Crimean War of 1854 to 1855. At the center of the Guards Monument, on the right statue of Lord Herbert of Lea, was the Secretary of War during the campaign. On the left of the statue was Florence Nightingale, the Lady of the Lamp, as she was known. If one is at all sensitive to a long history of mankind's struggle to make life on this planet more humane, it is a moving experience to look upon that statue of Florence Nightingale and to recall the major role she played, and through her influence, so plays in the relief of human suffering. As I stood one day looking at her statue in the Waterloo Place, I found myself reflecting upon the great woman's life. She was born and reared in a home where she had everything she needed in life, except for the most important thing, which money cannot buy: a purpose for living. And not until she looked at the desperate states of the nursing profession in her day, and asked the question, "What is wanted of me?" did she discover who Florence Nightingale really could become. And in answering that question, she found a purpose for her life. Find opportunities for a better world. But, you say, I'm not made of the same stuff as Albert Schweitzer or Florence Nightingale. I don't have their physical energy, their intellectual ability, or their spiritual insight, or their capital. Because of circumstances of my life, I can't go faraway places like Africa or Crimea and serve on such a grand scale. But one does not have to leave his own community to find opportunity to help a better world come into being. There are many places near the hand calling for you. There are social agencies in your town which are in need of volunteer workers. There's the PTA. What greater investment in the present and the future can be made through teaching the class of children or young people in your church? There are lonely people on every street, shut-ins, cripples who need someone to give them a little encouragement or a helping hand. There are groups trying to right the wrongs in every community that need you. Many people fail to find reason for living because they approach life asking the wrong question. What do I want? The question was never discovered anyone's destiny. It is in finding the answer to the question, what is wanted of me, that one finds real meaning in one's life. It is the surrender of oneself to something beyond self, that's greater than self, which gives its glory and makes it worth living. The great teacher of Galilee once said, "He that loses his life shall find it." Yes, he shall find it in greater, happier, and a more significant life. Chapter 3. Making the Best of a Bad Situation. The writer of the 84th poem says, "Happy are they who, strengthened by thee, set out on pilgrimage. When they pass through the valley of Baca, they make it a place of springs." If there was a valley of Baca in Palestine, it must have been rather small and obscure, because it does not appear on any maps of the country. The word Baca means weeping. Weeping. And may refer to a valley with balsam trees, which, because such trees exude beads of gum resembling tears, was called Valley of Weeping. In any case, in the 84th poem, the phrase figuratively but plainly points to the typical experience of sorrow turned into joy, of despair into hope, and defeat into victory. Make your own places of springs. Each of us finds himself at times in the valley of Baca. The way we make the journey through the valley in our earthly pilgrimage depends upon the attitude of mind we bring into it. The same experience of limitation, despair, or defeat comes to different people, but some, in passing through the valley of Baca, have made it a place of springs. We engage in much talk to the effect of our environment upon our conduct. Environment does play a great part of our moral conditioning. I remind you that I am aware of the fact, and I would not have the truth I am setting forth here seem to contradict that fact. That was confusing. But there is another fact we need to remember as well. We also do things to our environment. And what our environment does to us, or we do it, depends largely upon the attitude of mind we bring with us as we face our environment. There are several areas of experience where the truth is seen operating. I know a young man who sat in a class where the professor's lectures were so dry and uninteresting that every time he came out of the classroom, this young man said that he felt he had been taking a bath in the hot sands of the Sahara Desert. But he so wanted to become a thorough student in the subject that he went into the library each day and read all the books and magazines he could find on the subject. Then, in spite of the fact that he spent more time in class catching up on his sleep than he did in listening to the lectures, he passed the course with honors. Now, he was not the first or last student who sat under a dull teacher. Many other students under similar circumstances have lost interest in the course and blamed it all on the teacher. But this young man passing through the valley of Baca made it a place of springs. Every day we are witnesses of what one can do to his environment in the world of business. Here are two men I know in a banking business. One tells me that he hates the work, he despises what he calls the everlasting feeling that he is being checked up on. He resents having to be courteous to an irritating public. Sounds more like retail. He wishes that he had been wise enough as a youth to have chosen a different business. And even now he says at this late date he would chuck the banking business if he could find another business that has many holidays. But there is this other banker friend of mine who has to put up with the same disagreeable aspects and has to deal with the same irritating public. However, he says that if he had his life to live over again, he would still choose the banking business. He gets a thrill out of being a part of the ongoing commercial enterprises of our great country, and especially of his community. There again we see the differences in attitude of mind in which a situation can be faced. An interesting book by Henno Martin is called The Sheltering Desert. It is a brief review of the book. The critic said, "For 2.5 years the author lived in the Namib Desert of Africa. Here, in one of the most barren places in the world, he relived the life of Stone Age men, tracking down waterholes and game and improvising housing like a modern Robinson Crusoe." Then comes his closing sentence. "His is a tale of a man who took a desolate land and made it home. In other words, he took the geographical Valley of Baca and made it a place of springs." How can you take your desert experience in life and make it your spiritual friend, rather than let it become your spiritual enemy? It's your reaction that counts. For one thing, you can look around within your Valley of Baca itself for the resources with which to triumph over its desolation. Make it contribute the help you need to overcome itself. Some never find springs in the desert of despair, sorrow, or disaster, because they never look for them. They are quite sure that they are there to keep their eyes on the distant horizon, looking for some caravan to bring them refreshment from afar. Or with parched tongue they chase across the burning sands dancing images which bring them nothing but bitterness and despair. Their time is consumed with wishful thoughts that perhaps conditions might be better elsewhere. There was a railroad junction in New England in the mid-19th century called the Essex Junction. If one was scheduled to change trains there, it usually meant the layover for a better part of a day. The little railroad junction came in for some very bitter comments in travelers who had occasion to journey that way. I am certain that the 19th century poet Edward John Phelps must have sensed the impatience of many weary travelers who were forced to spend a day waiting for a train at Essex Junction, when he expressed the fervent hope that whoever invented the dreary place would have their souls consigned to perdition when they died. Damn. But there was one traveller who did not agree with the critics of Essex Junction. Under the date of August 16th, 1868, Ralph Waldo Emerson penned these words in the journal. "On Wednesday I spent the day in Essex Junction, and traversed the banks in which the bed of the Wemsky River, much admiring the falls and the noble mountain peaks of Mansfield, and the view of the Adirondacks across the lake." Both Emerson and Phelps were faced with the same experience, long hours of waiting in the same undesirable place. What caused the difference in their reactions? Was it not the difference of the mental attitude each brought to the experience? One found resources within the undesirable place, which enabled him to triumph over his seeming desolation, and the other did not. Passing through this dreary Valley of Baca, called Essex Junction, Emerson made the place of springs. And thus it has been ever since. 12 spies were sent into the land of Canaan to bring back a report of Moses on the prospects of the Israelites taking the land. 10 saw nothing but giants, while 2 saw land flowing with milk and honey. 2 boys were sent to hunt wild grapes. One was happy because they found grapes. The other was unhappy because they had seeds in them. 2 little girls were examining a bush. One observed that it had thorns in it, so they called it a thorn bush. The other saw roses on the bush, and so called it a rose bush. 2 men went to a large city. One visited the taverns, the brothels, and the gambling houses, and thought the city wicked. The other visited the churches, the homes, the symphony concerts, and the art galleries, and thought the city good. 2 men look through the prison bars. One sees the mud, the other sees the stars. To one man, Essex Junction is a place of despair. To another, it offers an opportunity to enjoy a delightful experience with nature. A young army officer said, "Weather, in the time of war, is always favorable, if you know how to use it." And that is just the point, if you know how to use it. The fact is that everything that comes to you in life is favorable, if you know how to use it. Being broke does not help anyone. Life is determined perhaps more by the reactions by the actions. Life comes to you without acting. It forces situations upon you without your asking. It is then the reaction that counts. You can react in self-pity or frustration, or you can react with confidence and courage and make the evil things make you better. The origin may be evil, but by the time it gets through you to your destination, it may be good. You have been turned evil into good, and you have made your Valley of Baca a place of springs. Salvage life's leftovers. In the second place, if you are going to make your Valley of Baca into a place of refreshment, you need to learn how to salvage the waste materials of life. Someone has said that one of the secrets of a good cook is knowing how to take the leftovers from one meal and prepare another one from them. Honestly, I have done that before. I think I ran leftovers meal after meal for about a week. And I kept making something new every time, and just, They have learned how to do this with the industrial world. Whole industries have been built up in salvaging from waste materials which formerly were thrown into the discard. Fortunes have been made out of leftovers. Cheetos. First thing that comes to mind. Cheetos were scrap. And now they're, like, massive snack food. Just so in this business of living, it is a great art worth cultivating. To know how to salvage the leftovers after disaster, sorrow, and disappointment have done their worst. I'm thinking now of a young woman who did just that. She was born with a hair lip and a cleft palate. She was so frail in childhood that she was not expected to live. A weakness had threatened to make her half-blind, and although her eyesight had been saved, it had been necessary to practice lifelong caution to use of her eyes. In addition to this, a hearing difficulty developed that she became permanent. Before her general frailty, she had in childhood been kept from association and from other children and play, and not permitted to go to school until several years after the normal time. But even at the early age of 10, she began to take herself in his hand sturdily. She begged to go to school with the other children were doing. Her parents were entirely willing to educate and care for her at home, but she preferred, in spite of her conspicuous handicaps, to mingle with the other children and take from them whatever she may take. Because of her speech difficulty, she could rarely be given the chance to recite at school, and the learning of foreign languages was fraught with exceptional difficulty. But she persisted. She insisted on going to college in spite of the opposition of her family. After graduation, she planned for a professional course, but because of her handicaps, the school refused to enroll her. Again, her sturdy persistence won the day. By securing an endorsement from her former teachers, she was finally given a chance. When the professional course came to an end, there was a difficulty once more. Her faculty advisors did nothing to help her secure a position. She secured one of her own in refusal to accept defeat. The disfiguring deformity had been repaired and is not too apparent, but she has to wear an artificial palate in her throat continually. and do all her talking with the aid of that. Today, she is a successful businesswoman, highly respected in her community, and a Christian leader in her city. And thinking of her, one likes to remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. It is a shameful thing for the soul to be faint when the body still perseveres. Here was a soul that would not faint. She salvaged the life, what little life gave her, and made something great of it. She demonstrated that the abundance of life can be dragged out of the apparent defeat of life. Such has always been the strategy of the brave. When life's road gets rough, and there are sharp stones in their path, they go on with bleeding feet to the valley of Baca, making it a place of springs. They push on going to hard things, noble things, and in spite of their bleeding feet and the ache of their hearts, like George Eliot, bitterly disappointed in love, they go on writing books, wiser for their anguish. Like John Milton, struck blind, they go on pouring their souls into poetry. Like Sir Harry Ludler, after his son was killed on the Western Front in World War I, or Joe E. Brown after his son was killed in World War II, they march on singing for the sake of others who need their laughter and their songs. Dare to trust God. But up to this point, we have been emphasizing one second part of the word of the 84th Psalm. It is when one looks at the first part of the statement that he comes to the heart of the matter. Happy they are, says the psalmist, who, strengthened by thee, set out on pilgrimage. When they pass through the valley of Baca, they make it a place of springs. Strengthened by thee is the faith in God and his strength, his active power and love that gives us the final triumph over life's circumstances. We Christians ought to be ashamed of ourselves for going to pieces the way we do. Let others lose their heads, become hysterical or pessimistic if they will, but Christians ought to keep their mental and spiritual balance. It is a sad commentary of our lack of faith that we don't. Okay, that just really makes me not like this book as much. Because, honestly, not everyone can rely on prayer. But, yeah, I'm gonna... Ooh, I fell down. Get back up in your chair. Okay. Where was I? Perhaps our trouble is that, in spite of our professed faith, we think we can manage all right by ourselves. If we try hard enough, that isn't the case. Too often we try hard and go on the rocks for all of our trying. Yep. Like a frightened child trying to learn to swim, we struggle until we sink from sheer exhaustion. All the while, we ought to know that, even though much depends upon ourselves, the water can be trusted to do much more, sustain us by a glorious buoyancy, whose generous strength knows no limitations. I've never really been that buoyant. I'll just say it that way. God's everlasting arms are something more than a figment of a poet's imagination. They are as real as the stars are real. To be sure, we do not find them until we dare to lean upon their strength. But then, did ever a beginner believe the water to be his friend? What fearful splasher in the shallow end of the pool ever believed that water would not let him sink? He strikes off to the deep water only when he dares to trust the water will hold him up. I sink like a freaking stone. You and I have our lives held together. No, we don't. And are kept afloat. Only when we go beyond our own resources, with our own courage, and dare to trust in God, we have to learn to let go and let God. Once upon a time, there was a young man who had such a faith. He lived without fear, even though circumstances forced him into the desolating valley of Baca experience, and his enemies nailed him to a cross. But not one word of self-pity passed his lips. He was conscious of his valley of pain and the great presence surrounding the pervading his life. Listen to that young man as he talks to the presence and calls him Father. Father, if thy will, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine be done. Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. Father, into thy hands I commit my spirit. Jesus used his valley of Baca, his cross, and he has been moving spirit and life of civilized man across the centuries. He turned disaster into triumph through his faith in God. And how about you? I know not the circumstances you may be forcing, but the valley of Baca you are passing through, but I do know this. However dark life may look at you, however hopeless the future seems, victory can come to you through the active faith in God. Strengthened by his might in your inner life, you can face your valley of Baca in such a courageous manner that it will cease to being your spiritual enemy and become your spiritual friend. I did not intend this to be preachy, but, well, it's written by a minister. So. Chapter 4. Having the Courage to Endure. He was just a frail little fellow, about 5 feet 3 inches tall, and weighing less than 115 pounds. Because of the size, the boys nicknamed him Pee-wee. He graduated from high school in 1933, one of the blackest years of the Great Depression. He enrolled in State University, where he planned to study for a degree in engineering. Pee-wee's mother had been divorced when he was 2 years of age, leaving him and his brother 4 years older for her to support. She worked at odd jobs, many of them, and at the time Pee-wee was attending high school, she was a clerk in a large department store. Since he had not been old enough to work, Pee-wee had engaged in odd jobs during the summer, and on Saturdays during the winter. When he left for his university, his mother gave him $35, the only money he ever received from her during his college career. Because he was willing to make any kind of sacrifices for his education, he did jobs of every kind on the university campus. He washed dishes for 25 cents an hour, mowed lawns, and took care of babies for the professors' wives. He could not afford to join a fraternity. He saw boys with whom he had been intimate in high school join fraternities, enlarge their interests, make new friends, and forget him. Been there, done that. The shirt. He confessed to me that one of the hardest things he had ever had to bear was the growing indifference of his former friends. Yep. One of these boys got into serious financial trouble, and because he feared the consequences, kept it a secret from his folks at home. He came to Pee-wee, and the little fellow shared his hard-earned pittance with him. After a few months, many boys and girls had to give up their college careers and return home because of the decreasing income of their fathers, who were facing the onslaught of the Depression. But Pee-wee stayed on, working at odd jobs which many of his former friends were too proud to do. When the university closed for the summer, he returned home to face another test of courage and endurance. He became a tramp the streets and invade places of business in search of work. He was met by one disappointment after another, and kind of there now. Instead of taking on new workers, men were being laid off. The streets were crowded with the unemployed. Because of the intense heat of the summer, the worry, and the fact that he was eating only one meal a day, he lost weight. He refused to let his mother help him. He finally gave up the search for a job and tried to enlist in the Navy. His physical examination proved him unfit. He was found to be not only underweight, but one shoulder was higher than the other, his feet were flat, and his teeth bad. Outside of these deficiencies, he laughingly reported to me later, he was the perfect specimen. He was so weak from the undernourishment and worry over his failures that he fainted in the arms of the examining physician. Of course, he was not accepted for the Navy. There was nothing for him to do but to go back to walking the streets again in search of work. At last he got a break. A department store manager hired him to do the work of an assistant janitor. He worked 12 hours a day for 25 cents an hour, and was so tired at the end of the day that he could not take off his clothes at times, but flopped on the bed and went to sleep dressed in his work clothes. Nonetheless, he saved enough money to start college the next fall, so went back to doing the odd jobs on the campus once more. During the Christmas holidays, he again worked at the department store. He got up at 5 o'clock in the morning and cooked breakfast for himself and his older brother and started off to work. At 6. He said that one of the greatest sorrows was his older brother's attitude towards life. He was always sitting around waiting for something easy to come to him. Just before leaving for the university at the close of the Christmas holidays, a businessman, very much interested in Pee-wee, told him that he would see him through the university financially if he could change to his engineering course to a commercial course. Pee-wee declined his generous offer of assistance because he had set his ambition to become an engineer. During each of the 4 years of his university course, the experiences of Pee-wee were similar to those I have related of his first year. After he graduated, he came back to his home city and secured a position in the engineering firm. I had the privilege of performing the wedding ceremony when Pee-wee took a lovely girl to be his wife. Across the years, I have lost track of Pee-wee, and if it is true that the boy is father to a man, I have no doubt that he is a success at whatever he may be doing. Through all his hard experiences, Pee-wee never lost his faith in God. His radiant good cheer, his wholesome sense of humor, and his undying courage. It was that last, his courage, that gives us the key to his life. He had the courage to stand up and take it, and when life knocked him down, he came up fighting again. And he was not quoted as saying, "I could go all day." No. The quiet fortitude to endure. Such courage that displayed by my young friend is not that aggressive daring of a soldier going into battle, but a federal officer walking into a hideout of a gangster. But it is the quiet fortitude to endure against hardships. It is the bravery which enables one to fight year after year against poverty, hunger, disappointments, and hardships, and not give up. Centuries ago, a New Testament writer said, in describing the heritage of his people, "Some became mighty in war, and others suffered chains and imprisonment." There are two contrasting situations life creates, and there are two contrasting types of courage appropriate to them. The first is the courage to conquerors. Some people became mighty in war. The second is the courage to endure. Others suffered chains and imprisonment. The courage of Pee-wee and all his kind is the courage of endure. This is the kind of courage life calls for most often. Very few pass through life without being called upon at some time to exhibit the courage of endurance. Dallas Mullock might have dedicated this poem to Pee-wee and all his kind. Courage is not just to bare one's bosom to a saber thrust and sudden daring. Courage is to grieve over the many secret wounds and make believe you are not caring. Courage does not lie, and dying to a cause to die. It is only giving. Courage is to feel the daily daggers of persistent steel and keep on living. I am sure that I am not wrong when I say that this kind of courage is one of our greatest needs. You need nothing so much as the courage which enables you to stand up to life, which, come what may, just to feel the daily daggers of disappointment, physical ailments, thwarted ambitions, financial hardships, and keep living gallantly is your greatest need in life. The encouraging thing is that such courage is not impossible of achievement by you. Where does it come from? Okay, so I'm currently living that one, the courage of endurance. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. There's a hidden deep within each of us a secret self which is ultimately invincible. This invincible self never gives up the fight. No matter how heavy our burdens, how perplexing our problems, or how intense the strange circumstances throw upon us, that inner self never wholly gives up. Time and again we catch glimpses of it, calm, poised, and unafraid. I've stood beside the deathbed and have seen the invincible self fight long after my friend has lost his consciousness. There, buried deep in the heart of each of us, is that invincible self. and sometimes we forget that it is there until crisis comes upon us, and then we must make a great discovery. There is something of a hero in each one of us, but it takes adversity, trouble, and hardships to bring it out. During the San Francisco earthquake of 1906, no more heroic work was done for suffering humanity than that done by thieves, gamblers, and harlots. Their heroic selves were all the time buried beneath the debris of earthliness. It took a crisis to release them. There is a story of an old Eastern chieftain who came to Alexander the Great and presented him with 3 dogs of ancient lineage and of matchless courage. A few days later, Alexander was at a pleasure park, and wishing to amuse himself, had the dogs brought to him. Having unleashed one, he had a stag released in his presence, but the noble dog looked at the flying stag, yawned, and lay down to sleep. Whereupon Alexander, considering him a useless animal and not deserving to be fed, had killed him. Dude. Then he caused a hind and an antelope to be shown to the other 2 dogs, and they too acted just as the first one had done. Alexander, in anger, had them killed also. The next day the barbarian chieftain returned to inquire about the health of his favorites. Alexander told him what had happened, added that he had killed the dogs. Then the chieftain exclaimed, "Oh, Alexander, you are a great king, but you are a very foolish man. You showed them a stag and an antelope, and they paid no attention. But if you had turned a lion and a tiger loose on them, they would have seen what dogs had given you." Indeed, the invincible self of man is not wakened by the hinds and antelope, but by lions and tigers and bears, oh my. These bring out the character of hidden energies. The Sword of Faith. When once we recognize the presence of this invincible self and its power, we begin to understand how God gives us help. The help God gives us lies inside our life and not outside. When we pray, God does not bring us about a sudden miraculous change in the external circumstances of our lives. When we pray earnestly and sincerely, God lifts our bars and sets free the invincible inner self. The release of that inner self and its superb capacities for endurance and achievements restores our self-confidence and quickens our courage. We suddenly realize that even though odds are heavily against us, we need not go down the pit of surrender. A new strength, a new resourcefulness, a new wisdom born of desperation, a new determination never to surrender, all these powers emerge within us. The hard situation confronting us may still remain, quite as hard as it was before we prayed, but ourselves are changed. We become inwardly unconquerable. Some years ago, I conducted a week of spiritual emphasis on the campus of the college in Texas. One morning I spoke on the subject, How to Live in a Time of Crisis. Afterward, a very humble, quiet little professor of Spanish took me aside and asked, "Do I look like a man who has just been through a great sorrow?" "No," I answered, certainly not." "Well," he said, "my twin daughters, 24 years of age, have been in a state hospital for mentally diseased for 3 years. I thought that the experience would drive me mad at first, and many nights I walked the streets alone in snow and cold, trying to regain possession of myself. But here I am, doing my best to compensate for my loss by grieving all the devotion and service I can pour out on my students." I had already guessed, but I asked the question just the same. "What is the thing that has sustained you through this all?" was the question asked. Immediately his face became radiant, and his eyes sparkled as though suddenly kindled by deep hidden fires. "My Christian faith," he answered. "Without that I could not have survived." The Christian faith put a sword in that quiet and lonely man's hand, and the courage in his heart to fight against lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! I'm gonna keep doing that because I just like saying lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! Oh. Sorry, keep out shift positions. Yeah. Keep a sturdy heart. Ezekiel had been a youth in Jerusalem when the Babylonians came down to the city, utterly destroying it and carrying away the most important citizens into exile. As a man, he lived as a slave amid the oppressive splendor of his conquerors, his own people uprooted, dejected, and whipped and wretched. And yet, in those unfavorable circumstances, something happened to Ezekiel that puts his name into history. He became one of the major creators of the New Jerusalem, hoping to make possible at last the journey to exile, the rebuilding of the temple, and the beginning of the new era in man's spiritual life. What was that something that happened to Ezekiel? Twice in his book he tells us, "The Spirit entered into me and set me on my feet." That is the existence of release, of power, of victory in life that makes our religion good news. It is the power for life. It is what gives us courage for life. It sets us on our feet. When we are convinced beyond the shadow of doubt that there is a spirit, call it whatever name you choose, to back up every noble effort in our lives, then we are encouraged to give ourselves to the highest and holiest tasks, even when defeat seems imminent. If we are to live both happily and heroically, we must be sustained by a solid confidence, the kind that makes possible spiritual boldness. Said John Bunyan when he was under persecution for his religious faith, "If God doth not come, thought I will leap off the ladder blindfold into eternity, sink, swim, come heaven or hell. Lord Jesus, if thou wilt catch me, do. If not, I will venture all for thy gain." After reaching his momentous decision, frankly facing the fear of God might fail him, and yet daring to make the venture, he experienced the inflow of divine power, that mighty force which holds men and women with a tenacious grip and never lets go. Bunyan could then join the company of the prophet Ezekiel, who said, "When faced by a discouraging experience, the Spirit entered into me and set me on my feet." When we dare, as if God is the reality and we believe him to be, we hear words of assurance like these: "Fear not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, I will help thee, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness." There is one quotation from the Bible which everyone who would stand up to life unafraid would tell you not only to carry with them during the day, but hang on his bedroom wall. There he would look upon it every morning before starting to face the day's struggle. There he could read it every evening, so that it might leaven his subconscious mind as he sleep. That great sentence is this: "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us." This great sentence, I already said that. Every individual I have ever known who truly practiced the Christian faith always kept a sturdy heart. I have never known a person who believes in and practices, and I could emphasize that the word practices, sincere faith God, to be defeated. Such people face life's difficulties and circumstances, and then go right on singing, "God is our refuge and strength, a very presence in trouble, and therefore we will not fear." How many pages are there in this book? Ooh, I'm only a third of the way through. I did not think I would preach this much. But here I am. It's supposed to be inspirational, so. Why do I keep moving my chair? Yeah. Chapter 5. Do something about your fears. For a number of years, the late Dr. Joseph Fort Newton wrote a newspaper column which was nationally syndicated. It was called Everyday Religion. The response to his column was tremendous, and each week he received hundreds of letters from his readers, seeking his guidance on all kinds of problems. From those letters, he said, in which he had an opportunity of Listening in on human lives, he learned many valuable things. After reading piles of letters in which people poured out their souls, some things were burned into his heart, she tells us. The first thing the letters taught him was that the private enemy number one in human life is neither sin nor sorrow. Bad as these can be, sin can be forgiven and sorrow healed. Nor is it stupidity, since some forms of stupidity can be enlightened. Private enemy number one is fear, Dr. Newton concluded. Thus, a great, warm-hearted man who helped countless thousands of confused individuals to find a new way of life out of the experience of long life reaches out and puts his finger on the fear and calls it man's greatest enemy. It's true. It is not too much to say that the human life is a battle against fear in which there is no truce. No wonder the French essayist Montaigne said, "The thing in the world that I am most afraid of is fear." No one can be the best physically, mentally, or spiritually if he is beset by fears. And God only knows the number of burdened, aching human hearts that would give almost anything to be free of the slavery of fear. Let me note, in passing, that we are not concerned here with the destruction of fear, but its conquest. Fear cannot be destroyed, but its conquest is possible. Fear is a native element in human as well as animal life. Fear has been a good thing. It is necessary to survival. Had it not been for fear down through the centuries, you and I would not be here today. Someone has made the comments that fear does the scouting duty for the fundamental instincts of self-preservation. Makes sense. The Frog and the Snake. A few summers ago, I had the privilege of walking with my 6 brothers and sister over the old farm in Tennessee where we were reared as youngsters. Though much we remembered had disappeared or changed, there were many spots in the old farm which brought back memories of other days. There was one place among the little creek bank where I remembered that my father and I surprised a long black snake which had just swallowed a frog. There, about 6 inches from the snake's mouth, was a big lump where the frog reposed inside the snake. None too comfortably, you can imagine. My father, brave soul, caught the snake by its tail, and placing one foot behind the lump, pulled the snake under his foot, forcing it to dislodge what had already begun to congratulate himself upon, no doubt, as a tasty dinner. Wow. The frog came out leaping and bounding. I have seen a lot of frogs leap in my day, but none quite like that one. He established some kind of world's record for successive broad jumps and disappeared in a matter of seconds in the underbrush of the reach of the snake. It was fear that enabled the frog to undo himself that day, and it was frog's fear of the snake that permits it to live to adult froghood and become a father and grandfather of more frogs. If it had no fear, it would only be an item on the reptilian menu. As the frog my father rescued almost became, and in time there would be no more frogs. Baby fowls and animals are taught fear by their parents as soon as they enter the world. It is their only means of ensuring their survival. True. There ain't no ghosts. Good title. There are numerous ways in which fears work for good in the human experience. The fear of pneumonia has kept many a man indoors in bad weather, when that was just where he ought to have been. Dr. E. Stanley Jones said that when one crosses a street where there is heavy traffic, he has to make up his mind whether he wants to be numbered among the quick or the dead. Fear of being run over makes us either quick or careful in traffic. A red light of alarm has kept us from running into physical trouble on the highway of left. But fear, once essential to life in long centuries of evolution, has survived in man in too great of abundance. As his intelligence has developed, there is added another dimension to his world of fear. The animal is frightened only by those which make things actually happen. But man, with his power of mind, can imagine a host of possible and unreal terrors. With his imagination, he can look not only into the past, but into the future. As a result, it is possible for him to keep himself in a constant state of jitters for fear or worry. Ellis Parker Butler tells a story of a little boy who was sent by his mother through a graveyard one Halloween to get a pumpkin for a jack-o'-lantern. There was no moon, it was pitch dark, and the little fellow was scared half to death. He reached down to pick up what he thought was a pumpkin, and a ghost shouted at him, "That's my head!" He was so terrified that the ghost felt sorry for him and said, "Don't you ever be afraid of ghosts, because there ain't no ghosts." I am afraid no ghosts. On his way home, the little fellow thought it would help a little if he were armed, so he reached down to pick up a stout stick, only to hear another ghost cry out, "That's my leg!" Then the whole company of ghosts materialized, but when they saw how scared he was, they said, "Don't be afraid, there ain't no ghosts." Sus. Ghosts were telling him there's no such thing as ghosts. When he got home, it came time for him to go to bed. He was afraid to go into the dark bedroom. His mother asked, What are you scared of when there ain't no ghosts?" The little boy replied, "I ain't scared of the ghosts what am. I'm just kind of feel uneasy about the ghosts what ain't." Well, like the little boy, it's the ghosts what ain't that gives us the most trouble. Perhaps their most common habitation is that of the psychiatrists call the anxiety state. The person who is afflicted by these ghosts in a constant state of fear, physically and mentally. His heart beats wildly, his limbs are weak, and he can't digest his food. He sweats easily and is short of breath. And that sounds like an Eminem song right there. Aside from all this, he might be classed as a normal person. Jesus of Nazareth had a lot to say about the kind of fear that is the product of our fancies. He saw that men and women everywhere and at all times have to grapple with fear. He punctuates his speech with such sayings as, "Be not afraid, be not anxious, fear not." These words of Jesus show his insight into many broken and hopeless lives. A formula for the conquest of fears. Emerson once said, "He has not learned a lesson of life who does not carry a day's amount of fear." But how are we going to surmount our fears? If we are to live with a constant state of personal power, it is clear that we must discover ways to conquer our fears. Basil King, in his book The Conquest of Fear, has given the world one of his best guides for overcoming fear that has ever been written. It is the story of his own successful fight against his great enemy of mankind. One fall of the year, when he was in the borderland between young manhood and middle life, he found himself in the gardens of the Palace of Versailles, face to face with the dark hour. He was losing his sight, and as an author, dependent upon voluminous reading, this meant the probable end of his career. In addition to losing his sight, he was at odds with his publishers and unable to get his writings published. He tells us that he sat in the lonely gardens of his historic French palace, amid falling leaves and empty rooms, thinking of the whole problem through. He reminds us that Versailles' autumn is full of sad gardens that stretch into the sad parks, and side parks into storied and haunted forests, with chateaux mellowing into ruin. This gloomy setting seemed to match his mood. But gradually Basil King worked out the three-point basis to conquer his fears. First of all, he reminded himself that this is God's world, that he made it and himself, and that he was God's agent in the world. He is an all-sufficient Father. He is all good. He is spirit, love, and light. Ouch. Sorry, keep on getting comfortable here. Anyway. Then a verse of Scripture leaped into his mind, bringing him new life and significance. Trust in the Lord and do good, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself in the Lord, and he shall give thee desires of thy heart. The next thought that came to him was that all men are also God's children and his agents, including his publishers, and that he should see them as such. Then this was followed by a third thought. Since these two things are true, all suspicions and fear must go. He resolved to live now as a good son dwelling in his father's home, for God is our refuge and our strength, and very present help in trouble. Therefore we shall not fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea. And that was Basil King's formula for overcoming fear. First of all, he faced it and walked straight to the edge of the thing he feared. Second, he turned the stream and thought away from self and God and man, with the confidence that the strength of God was his strength, and that the world and mankind was basically friendly. Basically friendly. Ugh. Times have changed. The result brought him victory over his fears. Basil King tells us that when he faced the thing he feared, he went forward with the confidence that God would give him strength to see him through. Things began to change, his blind condition was healed, the difficulty with the publishers evaporated into thin air, and his fear was gone forever. Here is a formula for you and me to begin our stagger from the weight of some fear. Stand up and face it, and defy it with the faith and power of Almighty God, to overcome it then and there, or die in the process. It is certain that running away from it will never bring a solution. One of my fellow ministers tells me of being called one day to a bunkhouse on Western Ranch to comfort a dying cowboy. Sitting beside the bunk, the minister tried to divert the sick man's thoughts away from his fear of death by getting him to talk about his life and experiences herding cattle on the plains. Tell me, the minister said, what important thing have you learned from your experiences on the plains that stands out in your memory at this time? After a few minutes of silence, the cowboy replied, The Hereford cows taught me one of life's most important lessons, I reckon. We used to breed cattle for a living, but the severe winter storms used to take an awful toll. Again and again, after a severe storm, we would find most of them pulled up inside the fence dead. They would turn their backs to the icy winter blasts and slowly drift downward 20 miles until the fence stopped them. There they piled up and died. But the Herefords were different. They would head straight into the wind and slowly work their way up the other end until they came out the upper boundary fence, and there they stood facing into the storm. We always found them alive and well. That's the greatest lesson I ever learned on these western plains. And so it is when we are assailed by the raging storms of fear, we must take a stand facing with the thing we fear, and fight it, though to the finish, as if we are to maintain a wholesome personality. But it takes more than a brave stand to win out against the fiendish enemy of life. We need a sturdy weapon with which to fight against the stubborn fears. That weapon is faith. The reason so many go down in defeat when they meet fear on the battlefields of life is that we come to the conflict armed with inadequate spiritual resources. Fear has a way of hypnotizing its victims. It stares us in the face and says to us again and again, "You cannot, you cannot." And if we listen to it long enough, what it says to us turns out to be true. We cannot, just as a hypnotist can draw an imaginary line around the victim, across which the victim cannot step, just so fear, called by someone the seven galley of the soul imprisons us. It is a terrific experience, and the only way we can fight our way out is the sword of faith. One of the leading psychiatrists of America, speaking out of long scientific experience, has said, "The only known cure for fear is faith." Faith is creative. It produces what we have faith in. When you live the depths of your soul by faith, listen to it speaking out of the resources of the divine world. Tap into the infinite resources which it can release into your life. Then you can win your battle with fear. Sounds like something a lantern crow would say. The deep roots. Recently, I've read an interesting thing about the hurricane that swept path of destruction across New England states in 1938. The trees with shallow roots were torn out of the ground as if they were weeds in a garden. But when the storm passed through the trees remaining standing, they were the trees with roots that went deep into the earth, so deep that the strongest winds could not dislodge them. Pines and hemlocks and spruces suffered most severely. Their roots were shallow and without the rheums which run deep into the earth. This is a parable of life. People whose spiritual roots are shallow are frequently within the victims of the storms of fear. But those whose lives drink deeply into the divine resources possess a strength beyond their own which they are able to live triumphantly. Let me tell you about a man who found this to be true. He is a man with a vital faith in God who shines through his life every day and in every relationship. If you had not known him in other days, you might presume this atmosphere of triumph was a natural endowment which came with birth, and has remained at glory to all his life. But those of us who know him best are aware of his recent addition in life. Years before he had come on this period when his life was dark, he had been laid off the job he had held for several years. His financial condition became quite serious. His wife became ill from worrying over their situation. He himself became ill. They lost their home because payments necessary ceased on their mortgage. Worse still, he became afraid. Fear kept him tossing each night through the many hours of wakefulness. Fear made it difficult for him to eat. It threatened his life. One Sunday night, he says, he lay awake thinking over the message he had heard in church that morning. At the time he was listening to it, there seemed to be nothing exceptional about it. But now he whispered aloud a verse of Scripture the minister quoted in his sermon. "I can do all things through him who gives me strength." He repeated it several times. "I can do all things." That means all things he feared, he told himself. Through him, that means divine power, who gives me strength, which means something personal. In telling his minister about his experience, he said that he told himself, "Why, that verse in the Scripture has my name on it. It is especially for me." And then a presence seemed to enter his life at that moment. From that hour on, he has been a transformed individual. No more fears, no more anxieties. Life became different for him. He had discovered that God gives us the spirit of power as a substitute of fear. Whatever problem you face, whatever evil stares you in the face, whispering, "You cannot win," there's another, a still small voice speaking to you, if you will listen to it, saying, "You can win. You can do the thing. You can stand what you must endure. As your days shall your strength be, and however difficult the circumstances, you can have an inner victory, the conquest of panic and fear, for you can do all things through him who gives you strength." Chapter 6. Learning to handle life's little interruptions. Life is full of interruptions. Interruptions great and small, significant and insignificant, come almost daily. How many homes know what it means to have even flow of life interrupted by someone in that home being called into the service of the armed forces? How many well-laid plans of education, marriage, and jobs have been delayed? Sudden illness comes to someone, and without warnings, orderly family life must give way to the emergency measures. When tragedy comes, breaking into the pleasant and convenient routines of daily living, it always means readjustment and redirection of life. There are major objections which unexpectedly and persistently call for our attention, even when we would rather not be bothered. Life's interruptions are inevitable. How we handle them in such a way we make the most of them is the common problem. The blessing of interruptions. Oftentimes, the interruptions which come to us in life bring blessings without measure. Once I was late to an appointment and was driving as fast as the speed limit would allow, and then some I suspect, when I saw just ahead of me a mobile street blockade. Workmen were repairing the pavements and a block ahead. Of course, there was a similar arrow pointing the right angles to the streets, worth the word detour. My first reaction was of irritation, but I quickly recovered my poise and decided that since I was going to have to take the detour whether I liked it or not, I might as well enjoy it. I began looking for interesting things I would have missed had I not been detoured. And sure enough, there were a lot of them. I can't get comfortable. First of all, I found myself on a street I had not been on before. It was a beautiful street, lined with stately trees and attractive houses. The most unusual front fence caught my attention, and in the corner of the yard I saw a gorgeous red rose bush. A little further on I heard from somewhere the most heavenly music this world knows, the joyous laughter of little children, which is actually creepy if you're alone by yourself. I passed 2 schools and saw the young people playing and heard them bantering with each other. At one street corner I saw strolling along on the sidewalk an aged Oriental woman with a shining face of a saint. All this I saw, and more, on my detour, which enriched the rest of my day. In fact, I was so absorbed in the enjoyment of the interrupted journey that I almost bumped into the rear car in front of me. Had I done so, I would have no doubt experienced an interesting interruption within my interruption, but not one I would have enjoyed. What a parable of life was my experience. How many times larger and more serious interruptions in my life have brought unanticipated blessings, if accepted in the right way. Do you remember what happened to Conrad the cobbler? Edwin Markham tells us of his poem, How the Great Guest Came. The Lord came to him in a vision and promised that he would visit his shop on a certain day. And throughout that day, Conrad anticipated the fulfillment of the Lord's promise, but the Lord did not visit him. A weary beggar, a hungry woman, and a homeless child came to his door. To each he willingly gave of what he had, and accordingly to a need. But the Lord did not come. In the dusk of the evening, Conrad sat in the quiet reverie of his shop, disappointed that the Lord had not visited him that day. As he pondered over the meaning of his vision, he heard again the voice, which assured him that the Lord had kept his promises, and had visited the cobbler 3 times that day. He was the beggar, the woman, and the child who came to the door of the shop, asking for help, which Conrad had gladly given. Sometimes we not only entertain angels unaware, but even God himself, and he comes to us many times in life's unwelcome interruptions. One of America's prized literary masterpieces was made possible by the interruption that lasted 25 years. The book is Oliver Wendell Holmes' The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. He began the book with the words, "I was just going to say," when I was interrupted. The interruption referred to that in the opening sentence was, Dr. Holmes tells us in the introduction, just a quarter of a century in duration. That's a long interruption. But the interruption had never occurred if he had been read the book when it first commenced. It would have been certain that The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table would have not turned out to be the book we all treasure so highly and know so much. His wise reflections on life came as a result of the rich experiences which he accumulated during the 25 years of living and observing human life. How many of the books now flooding the marketplace, perhaps even this one, would have been increased in value if they had come out of similar interruption? How shall we handle the interruptions we encounter in life, so that we may make the most of them? It is my conviction that we shall do so by recognizing 3 simple principles. The first one is to accept interruptions as part of life. Or if you are a VTuber, accept scuff in a stream. It's going to happen. We must force ourselves to stop fighting against unwelcome interruptions to even the flow of life, and surrender quietly to them. If anyone is here, please clip that. Only as we yield to the situations we find ourselves powerless to change can we free ourselves from fatal inward tensions. Only so can we acquire the inward quietness amid which we can seek and usually find ways by which our interruptions can be made less endurable. Okay. How do I put a note to clip that? Please clip that. Okay. I don't know if it's going to work or not. That's okay. To accept the interruptions we are powerless to change, accept them permanently, as well as provisionally, accept them hopefully rather than despairingly, accept them positively instead of negatively. To do this is to take the first step on a long, hard road of an adequate personal adjustment to life. Three simple principles. Why is it so difficult for some people to accept interruption as part of life? It isn't because of us we were told in childhood that the way to conquer difficulty is to fight it and demolish it. That theory is, of course, the one that should be taught to young people. Many of the difficulties we encounter to youth are not permanent, and the combination of being heroic courage, a resolute will, and a tireless persistence will often, probably usually, break them down. But in later years, the essential elements of the situation change. We find in our little world prison walls which no amount of battering will demolish. Within those walls we must spend our days, spend them happily or resentfully. Under these circumstances, we must deliberately reverse our youthful technique. We must gain victory not as assailing the walls, but by accepting them, and learning to live within them. Only when the surrender is made can we assure ourselves of inward quietness, and locate the next step on the road to ultimate victory. In the second place, if we are going to be successful in handling the interruptions that break into our lives, we should keep in mind that many an interruption has proved to be a blessing rather than an evil. No one in our generation can think of the interruptions of life without calling to mind the many young men who went off to the military service in World War II. Or in our current situation, Iraq and Afghanistan. At the time, being called into the service must have been crucial in the times when they were starting into business. or were completing their education, or had plans to marry and establish a home, must have been seeming a cruel act of fate. But in these later years of them have had reasons to be grateful for the interruption. While in the service of their countries, some of them made lasting friendships among the men they met. Some of them, like many young men I know, were stationed in places where they met the girls whom they later married, and with whom they are now enjoying a happy family life. Their interruption turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Blessings in disguise. John Bunyan was an itinerant English tinker and a preacher. Some of the things he said offended the civil authorities, and he was thrown into jail. How that interruption of his work must have galled him at first. But he made use of his time in jail to write one of our greatest English classics, Pilgrim's Progress. And the third, disappointment, change of plans, or other interruptions, are often golden gates to a more glorious life of service to others, and of service to those larger purposes which routine living may not bring. One of the greatest benefactors of Japan was a man by the name of Alphonse Hardy, and it came about as he was an interruption in his life. He was not a college man, and it was a bitter disappointment of his life that he could not be one. His earliest ambition was to go to college and become a minister, so he enrolled in Phillips College to prepare himself. His health broke down, and in spite of his determined hope of being able to go on, at last the truth was forced upon him that he could not. How deep was his disappointment! It seemed as if all his hopes and purposes in life had been defeated. He said that the anguished thought that he kept going through his mind was, "I cannot be God's minister." When at last the fact became certain to him, one morning alone in his room, his distress was so great that he threw himself flat on the floor. The voiceless cry of a soul, he said, was, "O God, I cannot become thy minister." Then there came to him, as he lay on the floor, a vision, a new hope, a perception that he could serve God in business with the same devotion as in preaching, and that to make money for God might be his sacred calling. The vision of his service and its nature were so clear and joyous that he rose to his feet with a new hope that came to his heart. He claimed aloud, "O God, I can thy minister. I shall go back to Boston. I will make money for God, and that shall be my ministry." Why does God make money? Why does God need a starship? From that time on, he felt himself much appointed and ordained to make money for God. And if he had been permitted to carry out his own plans and had been ordained to preach, the ministry to which he was called was convinced was to make and administer money for God. He felt that his life had been interrupted, but he determined to make the interruption like the pause in a music, that adds emphasis to all that goes before and impressiveness to all that follows after. Then comes the romantic sequel. Alphonse Hardy came in course in time a line of steamers that traded with Japan. On one of them a little Japanese boy stowed away, and when the ship arrived in Boston, the captain brought him to Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy talked kindly to the boy, prayed with him, pointed out to him the Christian way of life, and gave him a first-class university education. Then young Nisima went back to Japan and spread the Christian faith from one end of the empire to the other. No name in the annals of Japan is more honored than his. Never heard of him. Had Alphonse Hardy achieved his heart's desire and become a minister, it is exceedingly problematical as to whether he could have been so accomplished in so fine a work as that. The interruptions of his well-laid plans for his future life opened for him a golden gate for a much richer life of service than he ever dreamed for himself. The interruption we call death. And what shall we say of life's greatest and most disturbing interruption of all? one that none escapes. The interruption of our earthly existence, which we call death. Can we not also apply the three principles we have mentioned to this experience? Death should be accepted without rebellion. As part of life, it should be looked upon as nothing more than an interruption, and it should be recognized as the golden gates to a more glorious life. Is it not conceivable that the first words that most of us will utter on the other side of the grave will be those of which Oliver Wendell Holmes begins his book? I was just going to say, when I was interrupted, life, like the parts of the serial story, is always to be continued. I feel, wrote Victor Hugo, that I have not said a thousandth part of what is in me. When I go down to the grave, I shall have ended my day's work, but another day will begin next morning. Life closes in the twilight, and opens with the dawn. It is our Christian faith that when we resume our old relationships beyond death, and take up our tasks anew, we shall find that those fond friendships will have been bitter sweetened, and those held activities perfected by the temporary break. Then we shall comprehend that which is now beyond our infinite understanding, that life as a whole has been immeasurably enriched by interruptions. Chapter 7. Standing Up to Life Under Pressure. Sometimes a return to the original language in which the New Testament was written gives a new insight to some of its passages. For instance, there are those words which Jesus spoke before he experienced agony of the Garden of Gethsemane. In the world you will have tribulation. What is the meaning of the word tribulation? A study of the word in the original Greek is quite revealing. The Greeks had a verb which means to press or to squeeze. They used it to describe, for example, what happens when a crowd closes in on some individual. He is pressed or squeezed by the crowd. That is the literal meaning of the Greek verb. But the verb is also used in a figurative sense, to afflict, or to bring tribulation upon. Therefore, when the crowd closes in on one, it afflicts him or brings tribulation upon him. From the verb came the noun whose literal meaning is pressure, and whose figurative meaning is affliction or tribulation. This noun is the one used in the 16th chapter of John, where Jesus is quoted as saying, "The world you will have tribulation." But suppose we give the Greek noun its literal rather than its figurative meaning, then we should translate it as thus: "In the world you will have pressure." I don't know what the disciples thought about the truth of those words of the Master, but one doesn't have to convince the 20th century folk the pressure we live in is most of us in our normal day. We live in a day where terrific forces press on us from within and from without. As our modern living becomes more intricate and more involved, it gathers weight and speed until it becomes like a monster we have created but can't control. Everywhere the tension tightens. In every trade, business, and professional men have to go on at a killing pace to do what is expected of them. Life becomes so filled with anxiety that the big question is not so much how to succeed as how to keep one's soul alive. Ours is a jumpy, jerky, dizzy age, ever shifting like a spotlight, and we live in a hurrying day-by-dayness. No wonder the meaning of life is blurred in a scramble from the meaning of living, and the still small voice of moral integrity is so often drowned by the pell-mell melody of chattering events. We cannot escape the pressures of modern life, so our problem is how we meet it and not be crushed by it. How can we live in a troubled, hard-driving world with quietness and confidence? Dun, 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 dun. Once a congressman was reporting to an audience of his constituents the reason for his questionable vote on a certain measure before Congress. "You can't imagine," he said, "the terrific pressure that has brought to bear down upon your congressman. An old retired sea captain who had brought his ship safely to port through many a howling storms yelled to the congressman, "But man, what about your inner braces?" How necessary was it to give attention to our inner braces if we are to withstand the pressures of life without being crushed by them? Take time to relax. First of all, we need to give more time and attention to mental relaxation. High tension is a prevailing American malady. The adult who has not watched apprehensively the doctor take his blood pressure is in the minority. Apparently, Americans have always been more or less of this tense type. I was reading recently of a French writer who came to the country in 1830 to study the American, whom he classified as a new breed of man on earth. The French visitor noted the restless aggressiveness of our people. The American, he complained, is so restless that he has even invented a chair called a rocking chair, in which he can move while he sits. Good point. If this Frenchman observed he could see us now, he would be forced to revise upward his conclusions, as the tempo has mounted. A careful and consistent cultivation of relaxed mental attitude is important for reducing tension. Athletes know that trying too hard throws them off of their timing. A number of years ago, I had frequent conversations with a man who had coached several championship baseball teams. He told me that he attributed his success to the fact he was able to teach his players how to relax. He even wrote a book on the art of relaxation, the manuscript of which is showed me before its publication. Out of his experience, he told me, he had discovered that the fine coordination which characterizes the great men of the sport is attained by the principle of taking the game in stride and remembering that easy does it. Or, if you prefer the scriptural passage, he said, to an athletic expression, you can take this one from Isaiah, in quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. That's kind of a cool notion, actually. The French know that Americans are uptight. Develop vision. But we need something more than just to relax the mind, if we are going to withstand the devastating pressures of our fast-moving days. We need to fill our minds with something other than the cares and worries and anxieties of daily living. We need to give more attention to the life of our intellect. We must cultivate a wide and quiet place of vision, a place of vantage, from which we can see life in the large and long perspective, if we are not to be confused and overwhelmed by it. It is true, as Isaiah says, that we must have mental relaxation. That in quietness and confidence shall be thy strength. But if one has only quietness and confidence in his mind, there's danger it might become nothing more than a vacuum. Something more is needed, and one of the Proverbs has this answer. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Every day teaches me the necessity, not as mere luxury, of communion with the master spirits of the race, and essential to the health and sanity of our lives. 3 things the great masters of literature have to give us: serenity, vision, and beauty. And the greatest of these is vision, without which the world within our mind is an unlit chaos, and a world without a wild bedlam. Books of the day come and go, leaving hardly a trace behind, giving us only passing thoughts of things eternal. But the great books lift us on wings of vision to mountain-tops. They see what other men only look at. They kindle the mind and warm the heart, and they give us the background against which we can interpret the pageant of affairs. They cast over a tide of passing events in the light of spiritual insights and moral values, by which we may coordinate our estimates and renew our faith in the ultimate decency of things. By helping us see life steadily, see it whole, they revel in the eternal in the midst of time, and rescue us from cynicism and pessimism to which we are tempted. During the many hours I spent wandering through Westminster Abbey in London, I was deeply impressed, as another American traveler, Washington Irving, a century and a half ago, said as he was impressed, by the fact that more people lingered in the Poets' Corner of the famous Abbey than any other place. It was nothing more than a curiosity that caused visitors in the Abbey, including myself, to walk by and take a brief look at the tombs of the kings and queens, Henry VII, Edward the Confessor, Queen Elizabeth I, Mary Queen of Scots, and many others. They look even less time before the monuments of statesmen, admirals, and generals. But people not only stop and look at the simple monuments and marble slabs covering the earthly remains of the men who have left us a heritage of books, they linger for some time as if in silent tributes to departed friends. For, as Washington Irving tells us, when the visitor turns from the tombs and the monuments of the kings and queens and statesmen, the admirals and generals, then enters the Poets' Corner. A kinder and fonder feeling takes place in that cold curiosity of vague admiration with which they gaze upon the splendid monuments of the great and heroic. They linger about these as the tombs of friends and companions, for indeed there is something of companionship between the author and the reader. Other men are known to prosperity through the medium of history, which is continually growing faint and obscure. But the intercourse between the author and his fellow men is ever new, active, and immediate. He has lived for them more than himself. He has sacrificed surrounding enjoyments and shut himself up with the delights of social life, that he might the more intimately commune with distant minds and distant ages. Well may posterity be grateful to his memory, for he has left it an inheritance, not in empty names and sounding actions, but whole treasures of wisdom, bright gems of thought, and golden veins of language. To take from the bookshelf one of these friends, and to listen intently to his words and wisdom, the insight sends us back to master life, and not to be mastered by it. It was an hour of great need that I discovered Ralph Waldo Emerson. It was in one of those times when the high pressures of life had forced me into a corner, and seemed to be moving in for the final knockout, to use an expression borrowed from the prize-fight ring. It was while taking advantage of a quiet moment between rounds that I took from my bookshelf a copy of Emerson's essays and turned it to the one on self-reliance. Then I read one on the Oversoul and history. No words of mine can ever tell the debt I owe the Sage of Concord, whose serene and luminous spirit touched me when it most needed, and helped me through the intervening years. He helped me to see life, and believe in it, and put my trust in God, and not be afraid of life. Years have come and gone, but the day I became acquainted with Emerson is fresh and vivid in my memory. You must have already made your own discovery of the writer and perhaps the artist or musician who has kindled your mind and spirit and helped you meet your life with courage and serenity, in spite of outward pressures. Great writers, artists, and musicians help us to a nobler mood, the clear insight, and the broader outlook. We owe it to ourselves to make their acquaintances. We give them the opportunity, they can redeem us from the mental stress and strain of the world, and help us find meaning in the midst of life's pressures. Another one needs to be tagged. The rest Jesus promised. However, if one is to stand up in life under its pressures, he must not only have special times of mental relaxation and intellectual inspiration, but above all he must learn to go about his work and to live his life without mental and emotional strain. Once Jesus stopped in the midst of his prayer and said, "Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." I do not think that the Master meant that he would give to rest all the toil, but teach us how to rest as we toil. And the thing he has to teach us is how to practice in the patience of God in the midst of our life's pressures. At a certain spot along English streets in London, there stood a little Moravian chapel. The building has long since been torn down, but the plaque commemorates the place where it stood. The little chapel was remembered as a place where John Wesley was converted one night into a Moravian prayer meeting. As I stood there, I found myself remarking on the pressure of the remarkable man. Perhaps no business executive of our modern day works under more pressure than did John Wesley during the 18th century. The last 50 years of his life were the most strenuous years any man has ever lived. During that time, he preached over 40,000 times, an average of about 15 sermons a week, and it is estimated that he traveled more than 250,000 miles up and down along the British Isles. He crossed the English Channel to Ireland more than 50 times. He preached on fishing villages of Cornwall, isolated mining towns in Yorkshire, where the regular highways never reached. Up to 1773, when he was 70 years of age, all John Wesley's land journeys were done on horseback. He wrote a number of books and organized and stated his distinguished career in the great Methodist Church. He died in 1791 at the age of 87, active and alert until the very end. What did such a super-strenuous career do to his energetic little man, who was only 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed less than 125 pounds? Did it leave him in a physical and nervous wreck? To a remarkable degree, Wesley retained, almost to the end of his life long, full vigor, mind, and body. What was the secret of Wesley's power to stand up to life and maintain his health and sanity under tremendous pressure? Behind the mighty achievements of his life, we catch a glimpse of a man whose inner life was unusually confident and free from tension. It was this emotional poise which was the ultimate source of his ability to shoulder the multitude of burdens. Just as his busy life was beginning, John Wesley expressed in verse the state of mind which was the last 50 years of his life was to enable him to live a life of calm in midst of strenuous days. It was a message that we, in this high-pressure day, need. Commit thou all thy griefs and ways into God's hands. To his sure truth and tender care, whose heaven and earth commands, who points the clouds their concourse, whose winds and seas obey. He shall direct thy wandering feet, he shall prepare the way. No profit canst thou gain from self-consuming care. To God commend thy cause, his ear attends thy softest prayer. Those words were set to music and sung as a hymn in early Methodist churches, and one can almost imagine he can hear Wesley singing as he rode along his song, on his long journeys on horseback across the lovely English countryside. That hymn of Wesley reveals the secret of his power. His inner life was at rest, while his outer life was under pressure. He had learned that most precious lesson which with prophet Isaiah learned long ago, and which we must learn today if we are to stand up against life's pressures. Thou shalt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee. Kind of want to hear that under pressure. I'm weird. Chapter 8. When the Road Gets Slippery. No drama in the history of the world's literature compares to the Book of Job. True. The name of the playwright has been lost in the mists of antiquity, but the greatness of the drama remains. It has everything which great drama requires, but above all has a great theme, the problem of evil. The author of the Book of Job, contrary to the popular belief of the time, saw that evil was no respecter of persons. Evil attacks both good and bad men. Thus, when he wanted to portray the direst visitation of evil, he selected as a victim a good man named Job. In a contrast between God and Satan, all kind of evil things were visited upon Job. His property was destroyed, his sons and daughters die, and he himself was stricken with a painful disease. So the story begins. Job, groaning in his distress, is visited by 3 of his friends. In their efforts to console him, they argue, so many people do nowadays, that Job has committed some dreadful sin for which God is punishing him. Job strongly maintained they were mistaken. The stalwart character of Job is revealed as an unexpected place in the dialogue with his friend Eliphaz. In the midst of his accusations, Eliphaz says one of the things about Job which throws more light on his character than any other thing being said about him. Remembering the years when Job was in his prime, a helper and encourager of his people, Eliphaz said to him, "Your words have kept men on their feet and have nerved the weak." Men who can do that are always in demand. Certainly we need those who can speak such words to us in living at this age. It is a slippery road over which we travel today. Both collectively and individually, as sometimes we have trouble keeping on our feet. There comes time in the experiences of which each of us when we cannot go on unless we can hold on. When the road gets slippery, we need someone to speak the words that will keep us on our feet. For there is no questioning the power of the word 50 spoken in one need. Ouch. In My Fair Lady, Eliza Doolittle interrupts her ardent suitor in the midst of his passionate profession of love by exclaiming, "Words, words, words! I'm so sick of words!" Ouch. My legs are cramping. Ouch. If your love, show me. Well, they cut out a lot of the song. Why is my model not responding? Hello? That's weird. It's my stupid froze. Nice. And now there are times when most of us become impatient with words where we think the situation calls for action. But sometimes the strongest foundation that we can put under a human life is the most intangible thing we can deal with. A word. The writer of Proverbs is right when he says, "A word spoken in a dire situation, how good it is." And again, a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and the present pictures of silver. A word can sometimes do harm, but we are concerned with the good they can accomplish, when spoken by people with the spirit of Job. Your words have kept men on their feet, Eliphaz says to him. People live by words, and words are creative when properly spoken. Words fitly spoken. Encourage people, basically. Sometimes a few words of encouragement can keep one on his feet when his road becomes slippery from the heavy rains of despair. Like I was just saying. A number of years ago, a bookkeeper in one of our large cities committed suicide. He left a note behind which reads as follows. I have been a member of this firm for 20 years. In every way I've tried to be loyal to it. I have given my best years to its service. Yet in all those 20 years I've never received one word of praise or appreciation. I can't stand it any longer. Did this guy work for Walmart? Perhaps someone will claim that those are the words of a weakling and a coward. Not necessarily. That man failed to receive from someone what he had every right to, as a human being, to expect: the encouragement of his superiors and associates. He needed someone with a heart of job to speak a word to him that would keep him on his feet when his road became slippery with the mud of despair. A few years ago, I saw a motion picture called The Red Shoes. Many critics proclaimed it one of the greater motion pictures. The story is based on one of those charming tales by Hans Christian Andersen. I've read that one. You should go check my VODs on YouTube. For more than a century and a half, parents of the world have been reading the children's tales, the immortal fairy tales of Andersen. It has been estimated that next to the New Testament, no books have done more than his to teach love on earth. But the genius of Andersen, during his early years, came close to being blasted by discouragement. He was born in poverty. His grandfather died insane. He wanted to be an actor, but they said he was too ugly. He believed that he could write, but in school his teachers, seeing him with his pen in hand, used to say, "What rot are you slinging together now?" With his teachers pouring scorn upon his abilities, Andersen, with his soul scarred deep, wrote the words in his diary: "Blame dulls me, praise gives me courage. It makes me cling to God." Finally, one of Andersen's stories found a publisher, and he took it with him to Jonas Cullen, one of the counselors of the King of Denmark. That call was a turning point in his life. The words of recommendation to the king, and later words of encouragement to young Hans Christian Andersen, set the young man on his feet, and he went on to become the world's greatest writer of fairy tales. Yeah, I can see it. Ouch. Ah! I need a stretch redeem or something. Let me get readjusted here. I can convince my cat to get out of my chair. Ow. Okay. Jonas Cullen was a man with a heart of job. His words kept the young man on his feet when his road had become slippery with discouragement. There is a charming ancient Grecian legend which tells of a man who, having a deep affection for the young, used to hide himself in the bushes along the road that led to the temple. Whenever he saw a tired child loitering or faltering in the sacred path, he would roll a golden ball in front of the halting youth. The ball would make the youth forget his fatigue, and his feet once more would hasten along towards the temple. How like a word fitly spoken to someone who has found the road to travel is upon. It is like a golden ball of hope. There are some great time-honored words which, spoken in due season, have kept men and women on their feet, which their road through life has become slippery and uncertain underfoot. Honor. One of the great words is honor. A young man approached me in challenging adventures in adulthood with a serious intention of making a success of his life. He started out to interview a selected group of successful men in various careers. He went to a famous writer and said, "Sir, you have written a great many men. Will you write something especially for me? I want one word which I may hold to my heart as though it were the most priceless jewel of life. One word from you to me that will always be the touchstone of my life. And this is what that great man wrote for him. Honor. One of the greatest men I knew in my youth, for that matter, during my lifetime, died not long ago in Nashville, Tennessee. He was the headmaster of a little preparatory school I attended as a boy. Like the hundreds of other boys that came under his influence, I owe more to him than any other man next to my father. It was this man who encouraged me, 5 brothers and sister, to lay a solid foundation for an education. The little preparatory school was forced to close its doors about 30 years ago because of its financial difficulties, and its buildings had long since either been torn down or converted into other uses. But the influence of James A. Robbins, whom his students affectionately called Mr. Jim, will never die. The one word in his vocabulary, the one word he sought to stamp indelibly on our minds, was the word honor. Whenever they go in life, he urged them to let that one word wave like a banner as the masthead of their ship of their character. Before every examination, every athletic contest, or any other experience where character would be put to the test, we can never forget the way he recited with emphasis some lines from Robert Burns. So many times did we hear him recite these words that I am sure that his students, wherever they are at present, can still remember them, and the one who remembered us as them. There is little wonder, therefore, that years later, when I found myself standing beside the grave of Robert Burns in Dumfries, Scotland, the poet's words recited by my old teacher came back to me. I fear the hell's the hangman's whip, for the wretch in order, but where you feel your honor grip, let that be your border. Not once, but times without number, Mr. Jim told us, when one loses his honor, he has lost everything worth holding on to. It is the very bedrock of our social structure and Western civilization. And many a time when the road has become slippery, Mr. Jim has done a job for me, speaking the word that has kept me on my feet, and that word is honor. Mr. Jim sounds like a Klingon. Courage. Courage. Another word which is spoken in due season, has a way of keeping men on their feet, is courage. Winston Churchill once said, Courage is one of the first human qualities, because it is one quality which guarantees all the others. With courage gone, no character can long survive, but with it, defeat and destruction cannot overwhelm us. When William Faulkner received his Nobel Prize for his work in literature in Stockholm, Sweden, several years ago, he made a memorable speech. He used the moment of his great triumph as a platform from which to speak to young men and women who would come after him in the field of literature. Among these, he said, is already that one who will some day stand where I am now standing. Listen to Mr. Faulkner. Our tragedy today is a general and universal fear, so long sustained by now that we can even bear it. He, the writer, must teach himself that the basest of all things is to be afraid. Although William Faulkner was delivering the message to his young fellow writers, it is a message for each of us today. His words are like the cool breeze blowing through the corridors of our modern life, that are heavy with the rancid air of pessimism, despair, and hopelessness. We are being bombarded from all sides with gospels of doom. Disheartening predictions of disaster are being hurled at us from our military men, our government officials, from the press, the radio, the television, the internet, from the platform, and from the pulpit. I would not minimize for one moment the seriousness of our present problems, at home or on our worldwide scene. There is seething unrest throughout the world. But if we expect to preserve our stability, we had better remember the words of William Faulkner and heed them. The basest of all things is to be afraid. We must not cringe in fear before our contemporary promises. That way lies defeat. Only a great courage can sustain us as we face our present problems. One of the first things that ought to be said to one upon whom has come a great, overwhelming, tragic experience is, "Keep up your courage." A man said to me not long ago, perhaps you do not remember saying it, but once when I was going through one of the most trying times of my life, you grasped my hand and said, "Keep your chin up." You never know how much those 4 words spoken to me by you in that time of need helped me pull myself together and face what I had to face with courage. I was grateful to know that I had been a job to my friend in his time of need, and had spoken a word of courage that had helped him stay on his feet. Belief. But one of the grandest words in our vocabulary to keep us on our feet when the road gets slippery is the word believe. How many people waver and inwardly die because their capacity to believe in anything that has meaning and worth dies? But doubt arises, mistrust comes forth, and suspicion stalks about. A doubt of self, doubt of friends, doubt of the world, doubt of justice, doubt of causes to which one once committed himself, doubt of God, doubt of life itself, which is another way of saying a living death. I read a poem years ago concerning a group of men seated upon the shore of a desert island where they had been cast following a shipwreck. There, in that lonely place, each one recounted the losses he had sustained, not as a result of the shipwreck, but before the disaster. The far more disastrous loses upon itself. One spoke of the loss of a happy home, another of the loss of someone loved. Still others spoke of the losses of business, reputation, money, and fame. The last to speak summed up his loss in these as tragic lines. Great losses I have met, but mine is heavier yet, for the believing heart is gone from me. When one suffers a tragic loss of the believing heart, then honor, courage, and the rest of the qualities that make a great living cannot sustain one for long. Believing, honor, courage. It is little short of amazing to discover what magic these have in believing. It gathers up one's life and pulls it together, and gives it direction, as nothing else can do. It sets goals and then marshals intelligence and energy to achieve them. It releases power when all other devices fail. What magic there is in believing! That's what I'm all about, actually. At one time in my youth, I had the ambition to become a professional magician. I even went so far in the last direction to appear as public performances, assisted by my younger brother Rex, who, in addition to being superintendent of the schools of Ada, Oklahoma, at the present time is still a magician of no mean ability. In those days of my youth, I read every book on magic I could lay my hands on, even the lives of some of the greatest performers of the art, such as Herman the Great, Harry Keller, Houdini, Blackstone, and Cardini. However, my greatest hero was Howard Thurston. He was the one I most earnestly wanted to emulate. I saw him perform on 1 or 2 occasions. I read his autobiography, My Life of Magic, in which he tells not only the experiences on stage, but his early struggles against poverty. He seemed to have been born with a burning ambition to be a magician, along with an unshakable belief in himself and the ability to reach his goal. As a boy, he ran away from home and made his way to Chicago, where he supported himself as a newsboy. One cold winter night in 1884, Thurston tells us, He was standing in an alley between Chicago Tribune Building and the old McVickers Theater. He stood there watching a well-dressed crowd of people leaving the famous theater. He vowed to himself then and there that someday he was going to present a show in that same theater. While waiting for the latest edition of the Chicago Tribune to come off the press, a little ragged newsboy walked across the alley to the theater side, and, as if to impress his vow upon his mind lest he forget, he took his knife and scratched the initials HT on one of the bricks on the wall of the theater. That night, as usual, after selling his papers, young Thurston returned to the alley, cold and hungry, wrapped himself in some newspapers, and went to sleep on the iron grating side of the Tribune building. The warm air from the press room in the basement below kept us from freezing. 23 years later, Howard Thurston did present a show in McVickers Theater, where he was billed as the world's greatest magician. Between acts, he led one of the fellow magicians out to the alley, and there on the wall, one of the bricks, he pointed to the dim marks of his initials he made there almost a quarter of a century before. Howard Thurston, during his lifetime, performed on the theater stages around the world amazing feats of magic, but none of his stage magic could compare to the magic of believing in himself and his destiny, which would transform a ragged newsboy into a world-renowned entertainer for 23 years. The magic in believing, as Claude M. Bristol has told us, is the most wonderful magic in the world. God has so created us with the mastery of life comes from within. When we recognize, come to terms with, and use this magic capacity of believing what God has placed within us, we achieve inner power, self-assurance, poise, and the confidence that enables us to handle life. How we need some job to keep us on our feet by saying to us which Jesus once said to a man who brought his son to the Master to be healed, "All things are possible to he who believes." Could it not have been the words of these honor, courage, and belief which Eliphaz had in mind when he said to Job, "Your words have kept men on their feet and have nerved the weak"? If so, there are greater words for us to keep us on our feet when we come to these slippery places along the road of life. And there are no greater words we can give to others. Chapter 9. A Quiet Mind in an Unquiet World. Our age has been called many names, such as the Power Age, the Atomic Age, and the Space Age. Someone even called it the Aspirin Age, and has tried to estimate the number of tons of aspirin and sedatives consumed by Americans in a year's time. Next to beer and used cars, the sedative industry sponsors more TV and radio programs than any other product. I'd believe it. One writer refers to our age as the OSA Age. The OSA has become kind of a badge of success, he contends. Somewhere I saw a cartoon picturing an American businessman with 3 phones on his desk, all ringing at once, while the businessman with his cigar in his mouth is dictating a telegram to one secretary, while dictating a letter to another secretary, and his 2 junior partners are waiting while he completes a long-distance call. And under the picture is one word: success. Ours is an age of jitters, someone else says, and adds that we are the patron saints that must be Saint Vitus. Recently I have received an autographed copy of the latest book of a friend of mine, Storyteller man, entitled How to Analyze and Overcome Your Fears. She calls our age the Age of Fear. Whatever our age is called, certainly we are hardly agreed, poet W.H. Auden, to tell us that the age might be called the Age of Anxiety. We only have to look at the faces of our fellows in their offices, on the streets, or wherever we meet them, and see the telltale evidences of nervous strain, and frequently the fear and worry which is so often accompanying it. Many people, perhaps most people, never learn how to manage anxiety. Throughout life, they are burdened, perplexed, and overwrought. Almost never do they escape from the shadows and make their way into the sunshine. Always the unquietness of the world about them invades their inner world and keeps them from relaxing with a quiet mind. If one could roll up his sleeves, clench his fists, grit his teeth, and with one mighty surging of his will put an end to all anxiety, many more of us than now could relax into serenity and confidence. Overcoming an anxiety is more than a matter of willpower. The problem goes deeper than that. Anxiety is but a symptom of a sickly way of life. We need more than a little salve on the outside to clear up the complexion of our outlook. We need spiritual vitamins, so that the ability to deal with the often tragic concerns of life comes from an inner radiance, a serene and confident interior strength. I like Godspeed's translation of the words of Jesus, when he says, "Do not worry about life." Jesus, in his teaching, insists that we can be free from anxiety. But how can we achieve a quiet mind in an unquiet world? Patience, mental peace. First, one has to practice a new attitude of mind. You will notice that I use the word practice, because the art of handling our anxieties and achieving a quiet mind cannot be developed all at once. A young violin player cannot have an instrument placed in his hands and play Schubert's Serenade in a few days. An awkward country boy cannot be made into a polished athlete in a few days' practice. Neither can one give up his anxieties, his worries, and his fears and develop a quiet mind towards life by a wave of the hand and a wish that it be so. It takes practice. As a matter of fact, the person who becomes a chronic worrier gets that way through practice. Most successful warriors that I know, and I know a lot of them, got that way by reflecting constantly upon their troubles. They suppose they had and they expected to have. They are exponents of the art of anxiety. One of the wisest men in the ancient Roman world was a Greek slave named Epictetus. He learned through practice of the art of living without the inner turmoil caused by anxiety. He faced life with a calm fortitude. Epictetus had 4 possessions he could call his own. One of them was a lamp. A thief stole the lamp, and Epictetus did nothing about it. It was the thief who loses, he said. I bought the lamp. It cost me a few pennies, but it cost the thief his soul. In the Discourses of Epictetus, one of the prized books of inspiration to my study shelves, I found this, one of his characteristic sayings. It does not make any difference what happens to you. Above all else, master the art of being calm. And Epictetus, I'm going to say this name right. Epictetus, okay, practiced what he preached. A wise 17th century Frenchman by the name of La Rochefoucauld was credited with saying, "When a man finds no peace within himself, it is useless to look for it elsewhere." Jesus was right when he insisted the peace of an inside job. The peace of God that passes all understanding must be generated from within, if it is to possess our lives without. Help yourself by thinking of others. A second thing that will help you face your life in the inner turmoil is to get self out of the center of focus. No self-centered life can hope to be blessed with inner quietness. One of the surest ways to remove ourselves and our own anxieties from the center of our thinking is to reach out a helping hand to help a fellow wayfarer. It is possible to lose one's life in anxiety, and find one's life in a deep satisfaction of helping one worn out and depressed by the tensions of the day. A woman was telling a friend about her sister. "My sister," she says, "suffers greatly from her belief. It makes her feet hurt." "But," inquired her friend in astonishment, "how can her belief hurt her feet? What is her belief?" "My sister," came the reply, "believes that she can wear a size 2 shoe on a number 6 foot." I am thinking now of a woman who always grumbling about that her feet ached. Whether it is due to her trying to force a number 6 foot into a number 2 shoe, I do not know. But she was silenced when she visited another woman with a radiant face and a loving heart, who could move neither hands nor feet, and who could not even turn her head without pain. The way to stop thinking about ourselves is to think of others. If we cannot visit them, we can often write a cheering letter. We can always pray for them, and that may be the highest form of service one person can do for another. I have known sufferers actually to be healed of their own disabilities when they have sincerely prayed for someone else. Recently, I have learned of a doctor who started a prayer circle among his patients. Writing about his experience, he said, "I've noticed that when a woman with a headache and giddiness and a dry throat is asked to pray for a man afflicted with cancer, she at once feels herself better. She realizes that she might have worse diseases and starts to think about someone else's troubles rather than her own." That's a given. Thomas Carlyle said in the book of Job, "There's nothing written, I think, in the Bible or out of it, of equal and literary merit." When one reads the ancient masterpiece, he will find that Job was certainly afflicted not only with sores of his body, but anxieties of his mind. But he found deliverance through a healthy insight. How significant is this sentence? The Lord turned to the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. Job ceased to be a captive, the slave of his own ailments, when he forgot himself in praying for others. You will find escape from your own mental turmoils as you begin to think of others and pray for them. It will not only bring healing and strength and courage to others, but to yourself, for faith and courage and hope increase by the sharing of them. Religion as a way of life. This leads naturally into a third thing I would like to say. If we are to face life without inner turmoil and with a quiet mind, we must make our religion function. Religiously speaking, there are 3 kinds of people in the world. First, there are those who make no profession of religion, nor any attempt to live the religious life. Second, there are those who profess religion, but do not practice it. Republicans. It is in this group that a great many church members belong. They never really got any good from their religion. Their religion promises them great things, such as power, joy and confidence, liberty and contentment, and greatest of all, a challenge. But a great many people who have attended churches for years have none the less to confess that they have never received these great blessings. It is not only that they find no longer believe many things that their fathers believed, that we all find, but they also feel that the great experiences of which others speak so joyfully have never come to them. Family and life, successful career. For religion is primarily an experience, and many have sought it but not found it, asked for it but not received it, knocked but never found it opened the door that leads to peace and joy and assurance that life is good. As I have said, many church members belong to the second group. But there is a third group, who not only profess their religion but practice it. These are the ones whose religion is more than a mere verbal expression of faith. Their religion is a way of life. Be good, do good. Running through it is a profound conviction that God is very near, that he is an available friend. They say every day, if not the exact words, nevertheless in spirit, "Into thy hands I commit my spirit." What a difference it would make in our lives of mine if each morning we could make an offering of the day to God. Our anxieties would sink into airy nothingness, if we started each day determined that we shall seek to know and to follow God's guidance during the next 24 hours. We need the assurance that there is purpose running through our lives, and that there is irresistible flowing tides. Such an assurance would cause us to lose our self-importance as we yield ourselves to that purpose. What a difference it would make in our lives just to know that whatever happens to us are the will of God's hands. If tragedy comes, he is my strength and shield. If success should come my way, he is there to save me from corrosion of pride, and guide me and use me for the success of his glory and in the service of my fellow men. To be rejected by God would be the only calamity that could ever happen to me. But we know that this world will not happen, because God is love. His greatest promise to us is, I will never leave you nor forsake you. There may be times when they are terribly frightened, but we shall find peace, if we can feel ourselves always within the purposes of God. As Isaiah says, Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on thee. The name of the Hugh Redwood is an honored name in two fields of English journalism and religion. He retired a few years ago. His vocation was journalism, and his avocation was religion. Once he told of a time in his life when he faced a grave crisis in the way in which he received help. At this particular time, he was under severe nervous strain. He did not know which course to take in the matter at hand. He said he was staying at a friend's house for a few hours before he was to speak at a public meeting. Several other people were present in the living room, engaging in conversation and laughing together. His host came over to him and asked Redwood if he would like to escape from the group and go upstairs for a brief rest. He replied that he would very much like to. He was delighted to find a bright fire in the fireplace in the upstairs room, and beside an easy chair there was a little table with an open Bible upon it. He discovered that the Bible was open to Psalm 59, and he noted that someone had written in the margin an interpretation of the verse 10. In the King James Version of the Bible, that verse goes as follows. The God of my mercy shall prevent me. Of course, the word prevent, as used here, has long since become obsolete. But as ancient psalmists used it, it meant go before. The interpretation written in the margin by an unknown hand was, My God in his loving kindness shall meet me at every corner.
Okay, who are you? How did you find me?
Hey, Sammy. Wow, my sound alert actually worked. I heard it. Do you guys hear it? Said the sound alert was okay. Who are you and how did you find me? I thought it was a fun sound alert. It sounded better than door creaking. I'm reading a apparently very religious book on how to deal with stress. What was I? Okay. Hugh Redwood said that it was like having a dark place illuminated by a shining of a lamp. It was like a light from the very heart of God, being greatly encouraged by the verse. He said that he made his decision and successfully turned a critical corner in his life. He went out from that experience, he said, expecting to find God at every crucial corner he had to turn in his life. It's written by ministers, so it's been an interesting read. And of course it doesn't help that I've been reading it like Watson. It's, all the stuff in here has been pretty relatable. Let's see. Do you want to be able to face life without inner turmoil? Then begin practicing a new attitude of mind, learning to master the art of taking things as they come, not with indifference, but without anxiety. Change your focus of attention from self to helping others. Make your religion something more of a Sunday affair, or a creed to be recited. Make it a function of you. Go out and meet each day a saying with assurance. My God in his loving kindness shall meet me at every corner, this day and every day, and believe that he will. Then you will have the most blessed of all things, a quiet mind in an unquiet world. Chapter 10. That's how long this book is. I've still got a ways to go. Alright. Go take care. I'm going to finish this thing book tonight. Chapter 10. Finding Strength in Our Weakness. When we consider the ability to influence the Apostle Paul, he stands out as one of the greatest personalities in all human history. He carried the Christian religion from Asia over the continent of Europe, and from there it came to us. Paul wrote perhaps the most valuable letters that we have ever written. In fact, they are the earliest Christian writings of which we have any knowledge, having appeared before the four Gospels were written. 13 of the 27 books of the New Testament were letters written by Paul. No other man in history has done so much as to formulate Christian thought. The Apostle was a bold adventurer, a daring pioneer. He was capable of standing up under all kinds of punishment without quitting. He suffered imprisonment, the scourging of the whips, shipwreck, stoning, hunger, and threats to his life. These things were all part of his daily experience. Being the kind of man he was, and he showed himself to be, it was almost startling to hear him confess that he had a weakness. In a letter to his friends in Corinth, he wrote, I was with you in weakness, and in much fear and trembling. We are not to believe that Paul was just understating himself, or that he was assuming a false sense of modesty. He was sincere. There can be no doubt, for he was too much of a man to be insincere. When he came near to the end of his life and looked back on his experiences, he did not hesitate to say, I have fought a good fight, I have kept the faith. But in spite of his courageousness, long life fights against the great odds, he confesses that he was no stronger to weakness and fear. Most of those who have helped the world along would say the same. When one thinks of the flowers and plants, one thinks of Luther Burbank. But in my recent reading, I was reminded that if it had not been for physical weakness, we never would have heard of Burbank. As a young man, he was a semi-invalid. Worse still, he was filled with the fear that because of his illness he would be a failure at life. Finally, he was charged with employment. He must have been working in a hot, dusty factory in Worcester, Massachusetts. He quit the job and he went to work in a plant nursery. But those long New England winters further weakened his sick body. He then moved to California. He worked with plants outdoors in the warm climate, and became one of the world's greatest naturalists. It was Luther Burbank who said, "Every weed can be made a flower." Had it not been for his sickness, he would have spent his days in a hot, dusty factory. Sometimes a weakness can be a blessing in disguise. Demosthenes became the greatest orator of the ancient world, not in spite of a speech impediment, but because of a speech impediment. The weaknesses forced him to work more earnestly to perfect his speech. He put pebbles in his mouth and practiced speaking against the sound of the breakers of the beach. He failed time and time again in public experiences, but one day he stood before the people of Athens, the most perfect orator in the history of mankind. Out of his weakness came his strength. Surely this should bring us comfort. When we are depressed by a failure, it rallies us to know the experience is not confined to us. It is shared by all who have striven for an ideal. The attainment of strength is nearly always the result of conquering weakness. No one was ever born a saint. Someone always asked the question, why were the saints saints? And he received the answer, because they were cheerful when it was hard to be cheerful, patient when it was hard to be patient, and because they pushed when they wanted to stay still, kept quiet when they wanted to talk, and were agreeable when they felt like being disagreeable. I guess. Those were the most admirable of the strength and consistency of their character have won it through the weakness and fear. But some of us feel our weakness so keenly that we all allow it to paralyze us instead of impelling us to overcome it. We touch on some personal defect and quickly dismiss it, saying, "But then, that's my weakness. I guess I was born with it. Anyway, I don't think there is anything to be done about it." Whenever I'm tempted to say that, or hear someone else say it, I'm reminded of something the great John R. Mott once said, "You can become strongest in your weakest place." How can we so manage our lives that we may find strength in our weaknesses? Not much. Just reading a somewhat inspirational book. Thank you for popping in, though. Take a positive attitude towards weaknesses. First of all, you must learn to take a positive attitude to your weakness. When he was thrown in prison, Paul wrote of his friend Philippi, "I want you to know that has happened to me has really served to advance the gospel." Being thrown into prison enabled him to deliver his message to his guards, and through them reach the superiors in Caesar's household. And that was taking a positive attitude towards his handicap. A man who had known the ravages of illness visited a friend of his in the hospital. Instead of sympathizing with his friend and leaving him steeped in self-pity, he challenged the bedridden man. "I know you dislike being ill," he said to him, "and so did I when I was ill, but I find the only thing to do is to get something out of every experience that comes to me, good or bad. So make your illness give you something." I'm thinking now of a woman who did just that. The person who has discovered and revealed to the people of Arkansas their wildflowers is a shut-in, a woman crippled with arthritis. Although her hands were gnarled and twisted, she has painted exquisitely fine 500 specimens of flowers. Harvard University wanted to buy the collection, but a public movement was launched to buy them for the state of Arkansas. We are indebted to E. Stanley Jones for telling her story. When he visited her, he said that Miss Whitfield cheerfully held up her twisted fingers and told how, by the law of compensation, she was able to paint those delicate lines. Her cheer and her skill was beyond words. A shut-in knows more about wildflowers and where they grow than anybody in the state. Accept yourself. When the editors of our magazines ask each week the prominent persons to name the books that have influenced his or her life, if you were asked the question, what books would you name? I could name several, but one of the books that greatly impressed me, so much that I read it more than once, was a soul-stirring book by Perry Burgess, entitled Who Walk Alone. It is the story of a young man who made triumph out of a disaster. The young man had been a happy and successful life, and had arrived in a place of real standing in the community, and had become engaged to one of the most attractive girls in his hometown. Then, suddenly he found himself one day looking at a door that had slammed shut in his face, shutting him off from all of his future plans. He discovered that he was a leper. Damn. And in the way in which he faced the disaster and yet managed to wring from it, in a positive way, a rich, useful, undaunted life, and one of the most dramatic, heartwarming stories one can read. Just before going into a lifelong exile on distant Pacific island, his wise doctor spoke to him the words of profound wisdom that the young man never forgot. The doctor said to him, "You can take it standing up fighting, or you can lie down and let it beat you. And you're the only one who can say about it." Perhaps the doctor was a little dreamed or realized that he was saying a great thing. And yet, here are the words as one of the elementary and determining facts in human experience. Namely, whether the sound of the door slamming shut in your face is a death knell, your spirit, or the triumphant overture depends on whether you take a positive or negative attitude towards it. Stop comparing. In the second place, if you are to find strength in your weakness, you must stop comparing your lot in life with that of others. Theodosia Garrison has a little poem in which she describes three entirely different people, all three of whom are facing the same inner problem. She pictures a housewife sitting by an open window of her little house in early America and working her spinning wheel. Looking at the window, she sees two gypsies passing on the road. Give me a second. The gypsies passed the little gate. She stopped her wheel to see a brown-faced pair who walked the road, as free as wind is free. And suddenly her tiny room a prison seemed to be. Her shining plates against the wall, the sunlit sanded floor, the brass-bound wedding chest that held her linen's snowy store. The very wheel whose humming died seemed only chains she bore. She watched the foot-free gypsies pause. She never knew or guessed the wistful dreams that held them close, their longing in each breast, some day to know a home like hers, wherein their hearts might rest. Here in this poem is a word picture of a human problem as old as history, and as universal as human life. The housewife longed to be a gypsy, and the gypsies longed to be settled in a home like hers. The problem they faced was that being willing to accept themselves and their lot in life without envying each other. And that is the problem that each of us faces. For even the best and bravest of us have days when we want to be anything but what we are. Many make themselves miserable by habitually measuring themselves by the achievements of other people. They assume that they are responsible for long being fortunate, useful, and happy as others are. We look upon our weakness and say, "Now that I am just as strong and unlimited as Mr. So-and-so." Dr. Harry Emerson Fosdick, commenting upon his attitude, has said, "It is a great day in the handicapped man's life when he makes up his mind that he is the only one responsible. Not that he is like anybody else, but to handle his special situation as well as he may." Who can ever estimate the number of personal tragedies in this world caused by people being unwilling to accept themselves? You are forever going to be out of tune for life until you stop feeling responsible for being fortunate or successful or happy or useful as some other person you know. It was because he never gave way to envy or bitterness, because his lot in life was not comparable to that of some other, but always accepted that life gave him and turned him to positive uses, that Paul was able to stay within the walls of a prison. I am ready for anything through the strength of the one who gives life within me. The place of God's power. That last statement of Paul's leads us to say a third thing about finding strength in weakness. Your weakness can become the place where God's power is demonstrated. Paul tells the Corinthians that he had become among them in weakness, in much fear and trembling. In a later letter, he tells them of his experience with what the cell he calls thorn in the flesh. We do not know its nature, though many ingenious conjectures have been made. Some have guessed that it was epilepsy, a frequent accompaniment of genius. Whatever it was, it hurt his pride, interfered with his work, and gave him the sense of weakness and inferiority of which we have been thinking. 3 times, he said, I sought the Lord that it should leave me. But he said to me, My grace is sufficient for you, and my power is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I glory in my weakness, for when I am weak, then I am strong. The point of Paul's weakness could become the place of God's power. It could become the center through which the power could most fully radiate. Emerson, in his essay on compensation, said, No man had ever a defect that was not somewhere made useful to him. History affords many illustrations of this truth. How many there have been who have done outstanding service for the human race who had to contend with a sense of their own deficiencies. Moses had a stammering tongue. Standing one day before a burning bush, he heard God's call to become the deliverer of his nation. Like each one of us who is conscious of his weakness in the face of a great challenge, Moses began to protest, declaring that he is unfit for such a task. He thought of the speech defect of his. Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? He protested. I am not eloquent, for I am slow of speech, and just as slow in expressing my ideas. But God said to him, What is that in your hand? Out of context speech there. Oh, this, Moses said, holding up a shepherd's crook. This is just a shepherd's rod, a simple badge of my occupation. All shepherds carry them. Throw it upon the ground before me, came the voice of the Eternal. Moses obeyed the command, and lo, the simple shepherd's crook took on life and became a wiggling serpent. The shepherd was frightened and started to run from it, when the voice said again, Reach out your hand and take it by the tail. Moses, trembling from head to foot, reluctantly did as he was bidden, and the serpent became once more a rod in his hand. You shall take this rod in your hand, and with it you shall become powerful, God said to him. Moses strengthened in his weakness. He took the shepherd's rod with him and turned to face towards Egypt, and in his hand it became the scepter of power. And he became a spiritual pioneer whose great moral perceptions were to lay the foundations of civilizations unborn and undreamed. Many a person through faith in God and the surrender of weakness to him has found the defect transformed into a stimulus. Suppose your life does have a limited horizon. There's power in the Christian faith whereby the limitations can be accepted and used for great purpose. Christianity is not an escape from reality. It does its greatest work for those who are broken by life, handicapped by weakness, and hindered by circumstances beyond their control. Archibald Rutledge tells of an aged Negro man who had been hired as engineer on a small tugboat which ferried people across the Southern River. After he took over the position, the boat was transformed. The engine gleamed and shone, the floors were clean, and the whole atmosphere suggested order. Mr. Rutledge sought out the engineer to congratulate him. He found him seated in the door of the engine room with an open Bible on his knee. Mr. Rutledge asked him how he managed to bring such change in the appearance of the boat. "Captain," the old negro man answered, "it's just the way I sees the glory." People limited to some weakness, people with mental and physical handicaps, have discovered the secret of triumphant living when they have allowed the glory of the Christian faith to lay hold on their weaknesses. Christianity is not a creed, not an ecclesiastical system. Christianity is power. It gives radiance to the lives of those who practice it. It transforms people whose lot has been made difficult by some hardship until they become powers of strength. The Christian faith has the answer to your weakness, whatever it may be. It cannot always remove the weakness, but it can give you power to make something glorious out of it. It is difficult for us to understand how God comes into our lives most readily, not where we are strong and successful, but where we are weak and we fail. Sometimes it is only as we face the extreme situation in life that we acknowledge our need of Him. Our extremity becomes His opportunity. One of the strangest paradoxes of the Christian experience is in the words of Apostle Paul that, "When I am weak, I am strong." It is then God says to us, as the Apostle says, he says to him, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made you perfect in weakness." No matter who you are or what your past experiences have been, you will find this to be true. Again, I apologize for this being such a preachy book, but it was written by a minister. Chapter 11. Don't let life throw you off balance. Most of the advice we have given when we are strong goes in one ear and out the other. But occasionally some word of caution, some friendly admonition from an older person for whom we have great respect strikes home and is remembered far into adulthood. Sometimes in later years we may forget who said it, but not what he said. Somewhere in my past, one of my elders, it may have been one of my parents, a minister in a local church, a school teacher, or perhaps a commencement speaker, spoke these words which still linger in my memory. "If you aspire to be successful in life, you must be prepared to meet with failure many times before you reach your goal. But whatever happens, don't let life throw you off balance." Sounds like Miyagi, actually. No. Thomas A. Kempis, in The Imitation of Christ, said the same thing in a different way. In pointing out things which makes one life's spiritual progress in this world, he said, "Whether things go well with you or otherwise, you go on thanking God just the same way. Let nothing good or bad upset the even balance of your heart." Thomas A. Kempis seems to indicate, and rightly so, that it is possible to be thrown off balance by either good or bad, victory or defeat. For there is such a thing in victories that prove to be empty, and defeats that turn out to be victories. Rudyard Kipling, in one of his poems, reminds us that both success and failure can be impostors at times, and must be treated just the same. Else one may find himself thrown off balance by either of them. Life never throws one off balance. Who has learned his truth in both victory and defeat at the same times can be impostors. So often they are not real, but pretenders of reality. Each has a way of parading in the mask and disguise of the other. Victory sometimes comes dressed in sheep's clothing, and defeat is sometimes sharp as wolf's clothing. And because no one handles life without coming to terms with this truth, it is well for us to examine it more closely. Victory can be defeat. For one thing, how often are you thrown off balance by thinking you have won a victory, only to find that the victory is a defeat? I'm thinking now of a true story concerning a boy who got into a fight with his playmate. He overpowered his enemy, got him down in the gutter, and sat upon him. As long as he held him down, he felt secure, but he was afraid to let him up, for he feared he might not be able to whip him a second time if he were to be renewed. After a while, he began to realize that he could not keep the other boy down so long as he stayed down on the gutter with him. But he wanted to get up and go on his way. He wanted to play with the other boys. Finally, he wanted to go home for dinner. So he made terms with his enemy and let him up. His victory was an empty affair because it was the victim who named the terms. It's a hard life's lesson for this world to learn that he who enslaves another is tied to a slave. The nation that enslaves another nation is not free. It is enslaved by its slave. It appears that the conquering nation is truly the master of the situation, but it is not. The conquering nation always lives in fear that its slave may somehow get the strength back to strike back. The Roman Empire became weak in its might. It enslaved too many people, and who in turn their master in subjection through fear of the slaves might rebel and throw off their shackles. Spain was once a mighty nation, but she allowed her hunger for gold to spread her empire too thin. She became the slave of the people who were enslaved. She was not free to use the gold she acquired as she wished. She had to spend it to keep the subjugation of peoples from whom she took the gold. What a tragic picture France presented to the world during World War II. She had boasted that she was the winning side of World War I. But as a matter of history, France was enslaved by Germany over 2 decades during the close of World War I. In her struggle to keep Germany down, she was compelled to stay down with her. All of France's diplomacy, their economic policy, her press, were occupied during that time with the task of building and maintaining alliances with Germany, maintaining hostility to her, and preventing her recovery. France had no freedom to develop her own preferred policies, to attend to her own national welfare, or to develop her own national genius. Her victory turned out to be an impostor. The conqueror was enslaved by the conquered, and the victim turned a victor. How true is it that in personal living that we are so often defeated by our victories, that we fail in our successes? In one of his poems, Alfred Noyes pictures a man materially successful in life who suddenly realizes he is a failure as far as life satisfactions are concerned. As a man comes to the end of his life, the ghosts of all his yesterdays rise up to haunt him, saying to him, after all the labor and the pains, after the heaping up of gold on gold, after the success that locked your feet in chains, had you left with a heart so tired and old? Strange, is it not, to find your chief desire is what you might have had for nothing then? The face of love beside a cottage fire, or friendly laughter with your fellow men. You were so rich when fools esteemed you poor. You ruled a field that kings could never buy. The glory of the sea was at your door, and all those quiet stars were in your sky. The nook of ferns below the breathless wood, where one lone book could unlock paradise. What will you give us now for that lost good? Better forget, you cannot pay the price. You left them for the fame in which you trust, but youth and hope, did you forsake them too? Courage, when dust at length returns to dust, and your last dreams, they may come back to you. Here was a man whose material victory was an impostor. It was defeat in disguise. Defeat can be victory in disguise. But let us look at the other side of the picture. Not only is victory sometimes empty, defeat in disguise, but how often defeat turns out to be an impostor, victory in disguise. How often are we thrown off balance by thinking we have been defeated, only to find that defeat is a victory? The supreme successes of the world have been what the world calls defeat. How we need that message in America. We who think only success in terms of outward things, money, winning scores, or major victories, we Americans say, of course you can win in life. Just blow on your hands and have faith in yourself, and nothing is impossible. But sometimes we can't win outwardly. Sometimes we have to face defeat externally. There are times when things go to pieces around our lives, and perhaps, hopefully, the Humpty Dumpty after took his great fall. But there is another word that is true. Even in defeat, one can win kind of victory that has meant most in the world. We can afford to fail, if by our sacrifice the cause or principle for which we stand holds its ground. In the great play by Channing Pollock's The House Beautiful, the hero on his deathbed says to his wife, "I've been a failure, Jen. I've wound up right where I started." But his wife replied, as she soothes his fevered brow, "It's a great thing to wind up where you started. If you're holding a fort, your home, or your own soul." For she might have added, to do so is to win out in life, when to all appearances you have lost. I remember a great football player who lost a game for his team because he refused to cheat. In making what would have proved to be a winning score, he accidentally made an illegal play. No one was aware but himself. While the crowd was cheering him, and his teammates were congratulating him, he made his way to the referee and said, "That play must not be allowed, because I did an illegal thing." Then he explained what he had done, and of course the play was not allowed. His teammates condemned him for his actions, for after all, they argued, the referee hadn't seen it. For the team supporters in the stands turned their cheers into jeers when they learned what had happened. His action cost his team the game. But a few days after reflection, his teammates came around and apologized for what they had said to him, and he soon became the hero of the campus. His teammates, the students, and finally the loyal supporters of the team came to see that the school had not really lost that day. They had won a great victory, greater than if the winning score had been in their favor. It was a victory that brought the school the reputation for being a place where honor and sportsmanship were considered more important than championships. It became known as a school that was too proud to cheat. It was a victory rising phoenix from above the ashes of defeat. Their defeat turned out to be an impostor. One of the most inspiring little books that came into my hands is one by Miss Helen Keller entitled Let Us Have Faith. Its interpretation results not so much in what she writes, from the fact that Miss Keller, in spite of her physical handicaps, writes about faith. As a child, Miss Keller faced the possibility of living a defeated life in her limitations of sight, hearing, and speech. But with the help of Anne Sullivan, her devoted teacher, she showed up the misfortune, which was an impostor. She rose up to win one of the shining victories of human history. It is the most indispensable kind of victory. Mankind can get along without material triumphs. We can get along without more efficient plumbing, better automobiles, or faster jet planes, or without even putting a man on the moon. But mankind cannot muddle on without this kind of inner victory, triumph on a cross, and success in defeat. There is not one person who needs to be a failure. No matter what happens to be on the outside, you need not fail within. Outwardly, you may be defeated. You may go on to your grave without achieving a victory that you reign in your realm. In fact, it's much easier to succeed outwardly than to succeed inwardly. But the spiritual achievement of mankind has come chiefly not from the men and women who succeed outwardly, but from the men and women who, through defeat, won an inner triumph of character. Socrates, outly defeated, went to the death inwardly victorious. Jesus of Nazareth, nailed to the cross, the symbol of defeat in his day, so accepted it that ever since, when we think of the symbol of victory, we hold up the cross that says, "By this I conquer." Each of us thinks of someone we have known or loved, to whom life was not kind, but whom, within the limits of defeat, won a success that has been the major inspiration of our lives. The Secret of St. Paul. It cannot be said too often that God holds us responsible, neither for our defeats or our victories, but for the way we stand up to life. It has always seemed to me, and I say it reverently, that there is a divine sportsmanship about God. He places us in a world where we are subjected to either defeat or victory, but he makes us available to use the power of triumph, whatever the turn of affairs. Life will never throw us off balance if you can meet the triumph and disaster, and treat the two impostors just the same. And you can, for the Apostle Paul did, and he tells us how he managed to do it. He says, using a New English translation, "I have learned to find resources in myself whatsoever the circumstances. I know what it is to be brought low, and I know what it is to have plenty. I have been thoroughly initiated into those human lots with its ups and downs, fullness and hunger, and plenty and want." Paul knew both success and failure, and took them in stride, without being thrown off balance. But we want to know more. We know that he had resources in himself to handle whatever came to him in life. But how did he get that way? This is what we need to know. And so we step up to his prison bars and ask him a pointed question. "Tell us, Paul, what is your secret?" And with the light of faith in his eyes and the strength of courage in his voice, he replies, using once more the New English translation, "I have strength for anything through him who gives me power." That's the secret of Paul's victorious life. That he is the secret of all the brave ones on earth who meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same. And they are thereby not thrown off by balance by the thing that may happen to them. Tell us how to die. Among the moving stories which come out of World War I was an incident in connection to a variety entertainment that was given for some of the men in London, just before they left for the frontline trenches. At the close of the entertainment, a young officer arose at the colonel's request to express to the entertainers the men's thanks. This he did in genuine words of charm and good humor. Then suddenly, as if an afterthought, in a serious mood, he said, "My men are soon crossing to France, and to the trenches, and very possibly to our death. Will many of you, who have so graciously entertained us, tell us how to die?" That was a big order, and one, I dare say, you and I would choose not to have asked of us. As was expected, the question fell on a group of entertainers like a bombshell. There was a strained silence for a few moments, no one apparently knowing just what to say. Then the answer came from an unexpected source, and an unexpected manner. One of the women singers who a few minutes ago had entertained the men with a number of rollicking songs made her way quietly to the front of the stage. Without musical accompaniment, she began to sing the great aria of Elijah. I'm not singing this. "Oh, rest in the Lord, wait patiently for him, and he shall give thee thy heart's desire. Commit thy ways unto him, and trust in him." Yeah, I wouldn't know how that tune would carry. That young entertainer had the right answer, for it is not the answer to each of our needs, if we are to adequate not for death alone, but for life. Each of us needs a heart and mind that has come to the rest of eternal God, for as St. Augustine has said, O God, our hearts are restless until they find rest in Thee. When your heart comes to rest in God and all your ways are committed to His will, then you will let nothing good or bad upset the even balance of your heart. How many more pages? 30 more pages. Chapter 12. Life has its bright spots. There is a line in the book of Job which could be used as a poetic description of all those who take a gloomy, pessimistic, humorous view of life. It reads, Men see not the bright light which is in the clouds. It is especially descriptive of those who are lacking in a sense of humor. There are those who are either unable or unwilling to see the bright spots in life. Always look on the bright side of life. Okay. This is an appropriate time to talk about those who have a sense of humor. For so many people are losing, or have already lost, their sense of lightheartedness because of the chaotic condition of our world. Even those whose general disposition is inclined to be cheerful have difficulty these days seeing a bright light in the clouds which overshadow our world. Certainly a sense of humor should have place among the indispensable qualities of mind and spirit which enable us to face life without losing heart. It is a great tension reliever, and a lot less expensive than tranquilizers. Hold for pause. All of us are inclined these days, overwhelmingly tense, and this tenseness is exactly a heavy toll. You and I were not made to live life constantly under stress and strain without some relief. Sooner or later, something's got to give, in the body or in the mind. A sense of humor, the ability to see the brightest spots that are in otherwise strenuous situation, keeps one from taking life or himself too seriously. There is much truth in saying that God gave us humor to keep us from going mad. A typical English Weather Bureau report runs something like this. Rain, thunder showers, fog, mist, disagreeable weather, with bright intervals. There are bright intervals in life as in weather, but it usually takes one with a sense of humor to recognize them. The 5 Hours of Faith. During the fall or winter of 1940, the city of London went through the fiery furnace of affliction. Night after night, the city trembled with the vibration caused by the firing of guns, the explosion of bombs, and the falling of buildings. At dusk, the siren, warning the city of imminent danger, would wail its melancholy message, and the all-clear signal would bring its welcome relief just before 6 o'clock in the morning. All through the long, hideous night, the din went on. Night after night, that was the history of London in those days. In 1 month, 7,000 were killed and 10,000 injured. Thousands were made homeless. Each evening, multitudes bought tickets to the underground and, admitted to the platform, stayed there all night. The only light to be seen in the clouds those days was the causing of explosion of Nazi bombs and the bursting of shells from the ground defenses. In such a time of agony, sorrow, and suffering, the task of the minister of religion was a difficult one. Amid the darkness and despair, people needed God as never before. One of London's distinguished ministers during that period, who is still recognized as one of the world's best-known religious leaders, was Leslie Westerhead. His church, the City Temple, The center of the Protestantism in the city was destroyed by Nazi bombs. He and his congregation met wherever they could in a borrowed church sanctuary. In the midst of those tragic days, Leslie Weatherhead wrote a book. The title was This is the Victory. It was a collection of sermons and addresses that he had delivered to the distraught congregation. In the first section of the book were 8 of his messages describing the nature of Christian faith. The second section set forth 5 of the allies of faith, and the third section contained 3 messages of faith and of the future. It is the second section of the book which intrigued me. What are the allies of faith? Weatherhead, this beauty, patience, hope, truth, and of all things he names humor. The value of a laugh. In normal times, one would not be startled to find humor listed as an ally of faith. But to hear a message of humor as an ally of faith in the midst of tragedy, well, that was startling. Knowing the background against which the book is written, one is inclined to say, as Dr. Weatherland suspects many did, here in the world falling to pieces about our heads, and he devotes a chapter to an unimportant trifle like humor. But Dr. Weatherhead defends himself by saying it is just as much time and people's nerves are on edge that humor is needed to give a lift to one's faith. It is really a great gift to be able to see the bright side of things, and to be able to see the bright light which is in the clouds. If such a gift of humor is needed in the midst of the crises and tragedies of life, certainly it is needed in the less strenuous times as well. It is one of the best solvents in the world for the grit of irritation that gets in the cogs of life. And the person who can laugh at himself as well as others will be among the last casualties in the war of nerves waged life. Humor has probably done more to maintain the mental health of persons under strain than any other factor, except prayer. The business of living is much too serious to be taken solemnly. Taken responsibly, yes, but with pompous solemnity, never. When the tensions of life are tight, and we all get tied up in knots, a hearty laugh lightens the strain. Humor and your health. Attention has been called to the fact that in cases of insanity, humor is utterly lacking. Humor makes for sanity and health. It allows hostility and oils the machinery of human relationships. One of the first requirements for a man who is to become and remain a totalitarian dictator is that he be totally lacking in a sense of humor. Men like the late but not lamented Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin, and have present-day dictators of France, Castro, and Khrushchev, dare not have a sense of humor and expect to hold their places of despotic power. For one to have a sense of humor means that you must know how to laugh at yourself and enjoy others' laughter at your expense. And this dictator could never do. On the other hand, you can hardly think of the stalwart, dynamic personality whom men love to remember as his lasting contribution to the human race, who was not blessed with a sense of humor. Abraham Lincoln comes to mind. His humor was typically American. Yet no man in our history ever carried a greater burden of sorrow than he did. When the burden of the nation's anguish rested upon his soul, he said, "If what I feel were equally distributed in the whole of humanity, family, there would not be one cheerful person in all of earth." During the most terrifying days of the Civil War, he once remarked on a gloomy set of surrounding officials, "Gentlemen, why don't you laugh? With a fearful strain, I should die without laughter." Two Quaker ladies were discussing the prospective outcome of the Civil War. One said that they thought Jefferson would win because he was a praying man. The other lady said that Abraham Lincoln was also a praying man. The first replied, "Yes, but he is so given to jokes that the Lord will not know whether he is or isn't in earnest when he prays." There is a time to laugh. But, someone asked, what has all this got to do with religion? Everything. It has plenty to do with it. I agree with Dr. Weatherhead that a sense of humor is an alloy of faith because it is of God. It is one of the faculties God has planted within us to save us from taking ourselves too seriously, becoming pompous and conceited, and even going mad. Look at human design, honestly. It helps us keep religion wholesome and balanced. Your laughing has a place as well as your praying. There is a time to weep and a time to laugh, says the writer Ecclesiastes. Can't say that. Fanatics in religion are usually devoid of humor. Yeah. They say with solemnity that laughter has no place in true religion. Even our forefathers did not think that faith and fun forever mixed. They seemed to think that if a thing were enjoyable, it mattered not how decent, wholesome, and clean it was wrong. And in the third edition of Crucian's Concordance of the Bible, published in 1769, we read, "To laugh is to be merry in a sinful manner." No, laugh. Laughing helps. When I was a small boy, living on a Tennessee farm, I heard many stories told concerning Sam Jones, an eccentric evangelist of the Southern Methodist Church, of which my parents were members. The stories he told himself and the stories he told about him are legion. No man with a heart so tender ever dealt in language so strong. When referring to the sinners, he made use of rough terms: scoundrel, fool, lying rascal, and red-nosed devil. Hey, nothing wrong with red nose. On one occasion he said, "If any man don't like what I say, let him come up to me afterward and say so, and I'll forgive him." But much was his wholesome philosophy summed up in these words: "I'll tell you how I've stood, all I've been through. I'm always in good humor. I believe that fun is the next best thing to religion, and if religion can't triumph over temperament, it ain't much account." Jesus was a man of joy. I believe that Jesus was a man of humor. Stand-up philosopher. We have come to think of him a man of sorrows and acquainted with so much grief. So he was, but I believe that he was also a man of radiant joy and acquainted with laughter. In fact, most of those who have the keenest sense of humor have known the profoundest depths of sorrow and disappointment. It is my conviction that pain and joy have common roots in human life. The record is that twice Jesus wept, and no mention did it made his laughter. The natural inference is that his laughter was not an exceptional occurrence. That makes sense. It may be that the reason of the writers of the Gospels mentioned the fact that Jesus wept was that it was so unusual. It is impossible for me to hold in my mind the thought that Jesus was a perfect man, if we exclude all humor from his personality. The Master even got the reputation of being a frequent guest at gay parties, banquets, and weddings. I believe he could have had some of nostalgia's church party and made it ablaze with fun and happiness. It would be the life and soul of the party. His enemies called him a gluttonous man and a wine drinker. So basically, they're saying that Jesus knew how to party, and it was very rare that he was sad. How could a man without humor be popular at parties, banquets, and weddings? How could such a man be the kind of person to whom children would run? How could he be the kind of person of whom it was said, the common people heard him gladly? Got points. I dare to believe that if he had met the Master along the roads of Galilee and Judea during his lifetime, the centuries before the pompous ecclesiastics took over the organization of this mission into a church, and the stodgy theologians took over the interpretation of him and his teachings, he would have been impressed by his gaiety, his healthy laughter, and the humor which bubbled up from his deep joy. I want to hear Jesus telling jokes. I am convinced that Jesus used humor in his illustrations. It is inconceivable that no ripple of laughter passed over a crowd, or that no humor was intended in his vivid picture of the fat old Pharisees drinking soup, straining out of a gnat, and swallowing a camel. Okay, I just want to hear that as a joke now. You know, Pharisee was so fat, he swallowed a camel. No. Just shut your eyes and imagine the camel going down. Ooh. Dr. T.R. Glover, in his book, The Jesus of History, writes, how many of us have ever pictured the process and series of sensations as a long hairy neck slid down the throat of Pharisee? All that amplitude of loose-hung anatomy, the hump, two humps, both of them did down, and he never noticed. And the legs, all of them. And the whole outfit of knees and big padded feet. The Pharisee swallowed a camel and never noticed it? But a gnat got in his soup, and he very carefully picked it up, wrung it out, and threw it aside. And then there is another man fumbling to remove a piece of sawdust from his brother's eye when a great plank sticks out of his own. So Jesus not only used humor, he exaggerated humor at that. Jesus was a man of sorrows who acquainted with grief. Yes, he was, but he was a man with deep joy. We must remember that when all is said about his joy, and sorrow is not the opposite of sorrow. We speak of the joys and sorrows of life, and though they are opposites, but they are not really such. Sorrow and joy can be held in the mind at the same time. Note what was said of Jesus, who, for the joy that was set before him, endured the cross. He experienced joy and endured sorrow at the same time. Again and again in our experience, laughter and tears are close relatives of our family of feelings. The opposite of joy is not sorrow, but unbelief. The New Testament contains much that is sorrowful, but it begins with songs of joy around the cradle of a child, and ends in the Hallelujah chorus, sung by all the ransomed hosts of heaven. I'm having trouble speaking now. The Christian cheer. No one has more right to humor than the Christian. The materialist or the secularist, the man of the world, he whose trust in things may become dismayed when his world goes to pieces about him. But the Christian knows that the worthwhile things cannot perish. The Christian sees the suffering and the sin and the sorrow of the world, and his laughter may often be momentarily silenced, but his joy no man can take away from him. In spite of the dark facts of life, its sin and sorrow and suffering, the Christian has listened to good news about life and the universe and believes that he has heard and goes through life rejoicing. When life becomes dark and foreboding about us, and worse comes to worse, the Christian should be like the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland. And let the grin be the last thing to vanish. Okay. As long as there is humor, there is life. And where there is life, there is hope. For to laugh means the happiness all around us has not got us down, and that our faith is still victorious. The world is truly a mess, and no one has to tell a Christian that. But the Christian hears a joyous voice come ringing down from the centuries of a man standing in the very shadow of death, with the sorrows of the world in his heart, but with the laughter of heavens in his eyes. And he says to us, "Be of good cheer, I have overcome the world." He knew how to see the bright light in the clouds gathered around him. And so can we, if we keep our faith in him and in God, joy, and peace, whom he taught us to love and worship and trust with our lives. 20 pages left. Chapter 13. Learning to outwit your years. A few years ago, I received in the mail a clipping from Nashville, Tennessee, a newspaper clipping about a civil engineer who had retired and settled down in a small town in southern Kentucky. It is said that a lot of people in the little town will tell you that the luckiest break they ever had was when this man decided to retire and live there. Decided is not the right word, for he was forced to retire because of his age after 26 years as a maintenance engineer for the Florida Highway Department. At the time, he was 69 years of age, which was 4 years past the regular retirement age. Now, according to the newspaper account, he retired as civil engineer is probably busier than ever, and it's a good thing for that little Kentucky town that he is. They and many other communities could use a lot of retired men with his vigor and civic pride. For 3 years he worked almost full-time, driving a state-owned bookmobile through the town counties, handing out books to eager youngsters. It was a library on wheels. He didn't particularly want that kind of job, but he wanted to keep busy doing something useful. "I took it in because I was afraid no one else would," he said, "and it's vital that children have a chance to read. I wish there had been something like that when I was growing up. I went through the entire library in a few months in a little prep school I attended when I was a boy." That little Kentucky town where he came to live in retirement was now a fine city reservoir that might not be there if it hadn't been for him. Plagued by periodic water shortages, city officials decided a reservoir was the answer. But the budget couldn't afford the strain of a team of engineers, so the city fathers approached the retired engineer hesitatingly. But they shouldn't have worried. He quickly accepted because the reservoir was very important to the health and well-being of the community. Coaching Little League at 80. Damn. Youngsters in the little town treat him with the adulation they reserve of genuine sports heroes. They know that he was an outstanding fullback on football teams of a great university during his years of 1906 through 1908. They also know that he was a great baseball pitcher in his younger days. But all that happened before their fathers and their mothers were born. They worship this man who is now approaching his 80th birthday because he coaches a Little League baseball team during summer in addition to managing the town's water department. And he teaches the boys the proper approach to sports. Winning isn't as important as a thing to him. His team ended up in the league cellar a few years ago, but the boys had a lot of fun, he says with a smile. One crippled youngster played on the team, and the boost it gave his morale was worth more than the victories of their coach. He had to pass an examination for a license before the state would accept him as an engineer on the reservoir project. He passed the examination with flying colors. Whatever the conversation may be, he will manage to bring it around to his current job as engineer for the town's water system. He lives to get greater satisfaction out of the present position than of his far greater engineering projects for which he has been responsible during his distinguished engineering career. It keeps me busy, he says. I like to keep busy. Here is a good example of a senior citizen who has made up his mind to keep alive long as he lives. He has learned the secrets of outwitting his years. The newspaper clipping I know to be true because that retired engineer is Dwight Morrison of Elkin, Kentucky, an older brother of mine. My brother's life since retirement would indicate that he has read and agrees with Robert Bowling that the last of life is that which the first is made. The English poet was convinced that in a life well lived, each successful day becomes better than the last, that each day, each year, each experience does not stand alone, that it cannot be separated from that which has happened before and that which happened after. Browning further believed that in a life well lived, each period or stage brings its own distinction of richness and satisfactions. I'm thinking now of another man of 80 years who happens to be the question, what season of life is the happiest? And he answered by pointing at a grove of trees in front of his house. When spring comes and the soft air buds are breaking on the trees, he said, then they are crowned with blossoms. I think how beautiful is spring. When summer comes and covers the trees with heavy foliage and singing birds and among the branches, I think how beautiful is summer. And then, when fall lands and the trees and golden fruit and the leaves begin to bear those gorgeous tints, I cannot help thinking how beautiful is autumn. But winter comes, and there is neither foliage nor fruit, but I have to look up, and though the leafless branches, I see the hidden before, the stars in heaven shining through. If you learn to outwit your years and keep alive as long as you live, there is never enriching experiences and interests. Then each stage of your life will bring its own distinctive satisfactions. How is this done? Keep the wandering mind. In the first place, one must never stop learning and growing mentally. One must keep the wandering mind. There is a man living in a small city in the Midwest, or at least he was living the last I heard of him, who was 77 years of age, and if anyone asks him how he is feeling, he only has one reply. I'm 77 years of age, and I'm fading fast. One day a friend met him crossing the street. Cars are whizzing by in both directions. How are you feeling, Grandpa? His friend replied. And he received the familiar reply, I'm 77 years of age and fading fast. His friend took him by the arm and said, come over to the curb and get out of the street, and you may live to be 78. His friend took him by... just that. In contrast to that 77-year-old man who is living but is not alive, another 77-year-old man it was my privilege to know, when I was serving in my old church in Dallas, Texas, I became intimately acquainted with a very fine Christian gentleman named Baxter P. Fullington. He was the ad interim minister of City Temple Presbyterian Church in that city until they could call a pastor. During his 77 years of life, Dr. Fullerton had been a busy man, having rendered distinguished service for the church, had been called out of retirement to take over temporary responsibility of the city temple. One day I met him on the streets just before he left on some vacation. I asked him how he was going to spend the next 4 weeks away from his work. He said, I'm taking along a box of the latest books on religious education, and I plan to spend my vacation time reading them. You know, Max, We young fellows are going to have to keep abreast of the times and keep looking forward if we ever expect to get anywhere. There was the spirit of youthful alertness in a 77-year-old man. I wish it were possible somehow to telescope the years of my early ministry and these later years together, and to be able to introduce Dr. Fullington, whom I knew in my early ministry, to the man it was a privilege to meet in the last few years of my ministry. He was the late Dr. Merrill Smith, for 25 years the beloved minister of the First Methodist Church of Pasadena. Dr. Fullerton and Dr. Smith would have enjoyed each other, for they were the same quality of mind and spirit. Dr. Merrill Smith was a kind of man who kept interest in life to the very last. He was always on the intellectual line of march, seeking to learn something new each day. While confined to his home during the last of his years of life, he was visited by me one day, and I found him absorbed in a new book on travel. He was full of excitement as he learned to me some of the thrilling things he had learned about the distant and little visited section of the world. Whenever I talked to Dr. Smith, it was like talking to an intellectual and a spiritual tonic. Although he died before the advent of the popular song Young at Heart, its words would have been written by someone who had just paid a visit to the wonderful Methodist minister. It's hard, you will find, to be narrow of mind if you are young at heart. For life gets more exciting with each passing day if you are among the very young at heart. Some people seem to think all that an older person needs is precious memories. There's not much pleasure in spending your days counting your memories like beads on a rosary. Cicero is not much help to one trying to adjust to old age when he says, "The harvest of old age is the recollection of blessings previously secured." Sorry. One might find in a good way to spend a few minutes, but not a series of years. Stephen and Rosemary Benet end the poem of Lincoln in these words. Lincoln was the green tree. Lincoln kept on growing. This was the way it should be. The men and women who daily improve mentally and spiritually will not bore their younger friends by beginning too many sentences with, "When I was young." Being alive to the present, with the hopeful eye to the future, will help to overcome an ever-hardening of arteries. When you lose the spirit of meeting new circumstances with some degree of zest, you are getting very old in mind. That one knows how to take the years in stride, who is continuously interested in worthy enterprises, and retains an alertness of mind, for a person's age does not depend upon the accumulated birthdays, but upon the elasticity of spirits and vigor of his mind. Beware of self-pity. In the second place, if one is to outwit his years, he will never waste energy in self-centeredness. It matters not how rough life has been. Some months after the death of a member of her family, a woman came to see me. Life had come to stop for her when her loved one died. She refused to be reconciled with the fact. She was overwhelmed with self-pity. She said to me, "I am so unhappy. I have reached the point where I do not care to see anyone or go into any place. I read the Bible every day, but I have not been to church since she left us." I had great sympathy for the woman, and I have for anyone who is grieving over the loss of a loved one. But in fairness to her, I felt at the same time care for someone to come straight to talking to her. I foolishly elected myself to be the one to do it, even though I knew I ran the risk of losing her friendship. I felt compelled to say to her, "You had better be on your guard against the indulgences too much and too long of self-pity through your suffering and loss. You have a husband, children, a good health. but come to manage and a mind and soul to cultivate. You will show your true self not as you withdraw from life, but as you accept reality and respond to the claims life lays upon you. Remember, life must go on, in spite of everything. I told her that beyond a certain point that she was indulging in weakness, and perhaps unconsciously enjoying the attention she was receiving. It was a harsh thing to say to her, but I was persuaded that it was time she began to make the ascent out of the deep well of despondency and self-pity into which she had fallen. For she had forgotten the purpose of her being here. She needed to hear the blunt truth, and it was started by Disraeli, knew something about the meaning of sorrow and suffering, that grief is the agony of the instant, the indulgence of grief is the blunder of life. Although her first reaction was one of resentment, she later thanked me for speaking frankly to her. She accepted the fact that her loved one's death and has begun to live a creative life. How different was the way in which the great actress Helen Hayes accepted the great tragedy of her life. Perhaps you know of the loss she suffered in the death of her 19-year-old daughter Mary, just before her mother and daughter were to be appeared in the Broadway play. Wow. In writing about it in a magazine article, Miss Hayes said, "I have found comfort in visiting those who have been struck down, the children and the parents, in thinking that through Mary's death perhaps she and I have destined to have little part in a final victory. I have learned the ineffable gratitude of the scriptural commandment to love thy neighbor as thyself. Now at last I know the solace that comes from its meaning. Once I thought it old-fashioned, empty, but now it shines as new radiance out of the depths of the truth and simplicity. If we are to outwit our years, command them, and not be ruled by them, we must make our goal to give the best that is within us, and not leave behind ugliness, self-pity, and anger towards life." That man knew how to meet life with the eyes of a soul turned outward rather than inward, he wrote. "I shall pass through this world but once. If therefore there be any kindness I can show, or any good thing I can do, let me do it now. Let me not defer or neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again." Life is too brief for us to waste our energies on an all-consuming attention to ourselves exclusively. The 4th of July letter. But nothing keeps one alive and alert all his life like the vital, first-hand religious faith. Neither life nor death is intimidating to those who have the assurance that they do not walk alone, but that there walks with them across the years a divine companion. Dr. Clarence William Lieb wrote a book some years ago entitled Outwitting Your Years. This book is an outgrowth of the experience as a doctor specializing in diseases of older people. It is a good textbook for those who would keep alive, not only physically, but mentally and spiritually. After discussing all the things that contributes to the wholesome life, near the end of the book he expresses his own gratitude for what his religion meant to him. He says that after everything else has been, he considered the supreme alchemy in the process of outwitting the years as belief of God. Life never becomes dull to those who have a vital faith in God, because they have tapped a source of power which keeps life always new and fresh. I'm reminded of one of the most engaging and energetic persons one could ever know. He was an old teacher of mine when I was a prep school student. His favorite text of Scripture was the closing verse of Psalm 23. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. In a mimeographed letter to his former students following the death of his wife, he confessed that the two of them, through their long married life, had repeated together the shepherd's psalm each night before they went to bed. When we were his students, he asked each of us to write him a letter on the 4th of July, telling him of our plans for the coming year. In the fourth letter following his wife's death, he wrote, "You will recall that I annually requested at the close of school a card or letter on July 4th, telling me of your next year's plan. This is my 4th of July letter to you. The next year, and for many years in the future, we must carry on helping, as best we can, to establish our Father's kingdom. God is good to us. We must keep heads up and hearts aglow." The words of this psalmist were real to that old professor of mine, and as a result, goodness and mercy did follow him all the days of his life, even through the valley of the shadow of death, as he always, conscious and forever, dwelt in the facts, dwelt in the house of the Lord forever. To really keep alive as long as you live, and to achieve self-fulfillment, is to bring God from the shadowy circumference of your life, where so many keep him, into the very center of your life. When this is done, the vitality, the sense of wonder, and the boundless interest in life will never wane. Both the mind and heart will be renewed, not once, but day by day and year by year. Chapter 14. Faith to Face Life's Finale. John Erskine, an eminent Scottish theologian, once said, "He who fears death has misled the point of life." No one can achieve a well-rounded life of those who fails to come to terms with the fact of death. We all know that we are going to die someday. In fact, it is the only thing that we know of that is in store for us. All the rest of life is a mere guesswork, and most of the time we guess wrong. There are two extreme attitudes which people quite often adopt towards the end of earthly life. There are those who resolutely refuse to face the fact of death. An American psychologist advises, "Never allow yourself a passing thought of death." The late William Randolph Hearst was said to have prohibited anyone from mentioning it in his presence. Yeah, that sounds like Hearst. To the other extreme are those who permit their minds to dwell on it upon thoughts of death. King Philip of Macedon employed a slave to break into his room each day and cry out, "Philip, remember thou must die!" Freaky. Now both of these attitudes are, as I have said, extreme. It is unrealistic to go through life giving no thought to the inevitable finality of this life, but on the other hand, it is morbid and unhealthy to dwell upon it constantly. True. More positive and wholesome is the attitude reflected in the comments made by the late General Jan Smuts of South Africa, when he said, "As we grow older, life comes to consist of memories and the great hope." We can find a philosophy that will give us light at the end of life's road. Is there anything which can change our timid hope that death may not be the end into the certain confidence of life beyond the grave? In other words, can we discover a faith to face life's finale? I believe that such a faith can be achieved. How is it to be done? Let me offer these suggestions. Learn to live first. In the first place, if you have faith to face the inevitability of death, You must first have a zest for living. A faith which lifts the burden of the fear of death must be able to make life every day an experience in abundant living. Brooding thoughts of death have little room in the mind of one whose years are made rich by happy human relationships. That seems to be what I'm liking. Montaigne, who had in mind when he said, "He who would teach men to die must first teach them to live." When life is full and abundant with the joy of living, the love of one's fellow man, and the abounding in good works, there is neither time nor place for anxiety concerning the life here or after. The late Oliver Wendell Holmes, Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, had that sort of zest for living. On his 90th birthday, a group of his Harvard friends gave him a radio birthday party. Justice Holmes concluded an impressive speech in response to the National Radio Network by quoting the words of a Latin poet, "Death plucks me by the ear and says, 'Live, I am coming.'" His voice reflected on that occasion his consuming interest in life and the inner strength which has always been able to muster for the task. As a biographer said of him, "The very act of waking each day has been exciting, with the battle waiting. Bugler, blow the charge, I am ready." Death could offer no problem to such spirits. His enthusiasm for living made each hour a triumph, and made him eager for eternal life. A group of women were discussing the unexpected passing of a dear friend when one of the group tried to explain why death seemed so terrifying. "Death is it's so final." The end of life always seems final to those who have built a majority interest among material and physical things. When clothes and money and social approval are accepted as your supreme values, we must inevitably find death to be the absolute end of all we hold dear. But the experience is different for those who are motivated by higher ideal and purpose. They find joy in living. Every day is a challenge to service. They carry the burden of those who are in need. They are not shaken by the thought of death because the major interest of their life is unbroken. The results of kindly service remain after death has done its worst. Those who live by such an ideal are never obsessed by the feeling of death, will sweep away everything for which they have striven. They have neither the time nor the inclination to think morbidly about the end of life, but if they think about it, it is without the emptiness and hope which stirs fear in the minds of those whose outlook is purely materialistic. To keep life rich and abundant, that is important even when one retires from an occupation which has absorbed his interest and strength during his working years. One should try to make every day an adventure. How many pages left of this thing? 3 more pages. One woman who was victimized by fears of sickness and death came to ask her minister for spiritual help. In the conversation about the factors which caused her anxieties, the minister asked about her family background. The woman said that her father had been, during his lifetime, the happiest person she had ever known. He had lived to be 84 years old and had never experienced a serious illness. Must be nice. The woman said that when the minister inquired if she could explain why her father was such a happy man, she made no reply for a few moments. The question seemed to require careful consideration. Then at last she replied, "During his last 10 years he was happy because he had his family, his friends, and his garden. He seems to keep on living so he could see the flowers bloom, or his grandchildren graduate from school. He always had something ahead to which he could look forward." Death has no power to strike fear into the mind of such a man. He is too full of experiences which are part of the eternal plan which unfolds year by year. See death for what it is. And in the second place, if you are to have faith to face the terminus of your earthly life, you must see death for what it is. One day a man came to see me about arrangements for his father's funeral service. In the course of our conversation, he said, "I have a peculiar request to make of you. Could you conduct the service in such a way that you will not mention the word death?" Before I could answer him, he went on to explain. "You see, my mother has a great fear of death, and even the mention of it sends terror through her. To her, death is the great enemy which all finally overcomes life, and she does not want to think about it." At a funeral? I told him that I had never had a funeral service in which I deleted all reference to death, but for his mother's sake I would attempt to do so. "But," I continued, "your mother has an entirely different conception of death from what I was told, for that matter, which is taught by our Christian faith. Undoubtedly, she thinks of life and death as being two separate states of being. One moment we're in a state of being called life, the next we're in a state of being called death." "But," I explained, "there is no state of being which we call death in our Christian faith. There is only life, life here, and life hereafter. And that which we call death is only a door which separates one phase of life from another phase of life, just as birth is an experience through which we pass the prenatal state of life to the postnatal state. Death is the name we give the doors through which we pass from life to more life." Life has been born, death due. I'll be back. A few more years after his death, John Armott was interviewed by the editor of a magazine. At the age of 83 years, he was still traveling about the world from country to country on errands of mercy and righteousness. A short time after the interview, he was in China, making a study of the needs of the unfortunate people. This was before the communists took over the unhappy country. The year before, he had been one of the leaders of the World Council of Churches Assembly in Amsterdam. After asking Dr. Mott some questions concerning his faith, the editor then asked the great Christian statesman this final question. "Dr. Mott, what do you think death will be like?" Said Dr. Mott, "I have given a great deal of thought to that matter, and I must confess that I am content with the expression of a personal opinion. I fear that a great many persons think death as though it were an end of a journey. I do not, instead, think of it as a place where I change cars." "You see," Dr. Mott continued, "all of life has been a journey. My secretary tells me that I have traveled more than 2 million miles. I have been at it for more than 60 years of my 83 years of life, and I still go on. I have a long way to go if I meet the responsibilities that still rest upon me. But I will not always be on the same train, the same ship, or the same plane. I will change conveyances and stations many times, but I shall go on. I guess that is what death means to me," said Dr. Mott. "It will be a place where I change cars, but I will go on. That seems to be the destiny God has marked for every man. And I will rejoice, for he will always be with me, as he has been on these 60 years of traveling. But I will go on." A door to a larger life. Death holds no terrors for one who sees it for what it is, a swinging door opening into a larger life. A place to change cars for another destination. And always God is there to see us through the door or on the car. But of all who have walked the earth, it was Jesus of Nazareth who gave us the brightest gleam of light to guide us towards a great adventure. Just as a few hours before his tragic death, he said, "In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go now to prepare a place for you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid." The multitudes in all ages of these words of faith and continuity of life beyond the grave have brought consolation and courage. Standing by an open grave and hearing these words, who has not gone back accepting life with a stronger heart? There are not words of sorrow, but assurances of comfort and hope. This is a note in the Hallelujah chorus for them. Death is going home to the Father's home, says Jesus. Why should we be afraid of going home? When he spoke of these words of comfort and the hope of men in Galilee, he was himself facing the prospect of that homegoing. And in that hour when men were honest with themselves, and they seemed to look in cleaner insight of the mystery of things, he said that the next phase beyond this earthly existence is to be thought of in terms of home. And when you live with that faith daily, you are able to face whatever may come to you in your life with a steady heart. You are able to exhibit in your life the deep and wise Victor's words of Victor Hugo, when he wrote, "Courage for the great sorrows of life, and patience for the small ones. And then, when you have accomplished your daily task, go to sleep in peace, knowing that God is still awake." Courage, my friend. Through life and in death, never lose heart. And that's got to be the longest single read I have done so far. Oh. Now my vision is very blurry. Why am I seeing chat messages from other rooms? I don't know. But let me see who is available to raid, if anyone. Dusk is on. It's on. My turn is on. My stream had frozen, at least on my computer, but I'm still hearing all the audio, just the video hadn't changed. Man, I'm tired. It's going right dusk. Let's see. For those who are here and not subscribed, that one. For those rare, wonderful few that are subscribed, I've got typo. that one, if you want to unlock it, I tried to make it only 100 points. I really want to get more on just follower ones, but I have to wait 2 months before I have access to that. So I'm going to double up on my own, because I can, maybe. Okay. But let's go read Dusk. What? Okay. Dusk and allowing raids? It's crazy. I don't know. Red Cuda. It's like he just came on. Let's see how well I can type. Red Cuda. Oh, come on. Okay. There we go. But again, raid messages if you want to use them. And thank you all for coming in and listening to my seemingly religious rant. And I was a lot more religious than I had planned it to be, but psychological stuff will be that way. But thank you and good night. So, hope you have a good evening or good morning or good day. And we will see you later. Good night, everyone. And he hasn't even really gotten started.